Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Track Championship. My name's Steve Bush. Joining him in commentary today is the one, the only, Stu McCarthy. Welcome aboard, Stu. I hope we're looking forward to a fantastic day's racing here today.
Yeah, super cool to be back here, Bushy. Looking forward to, as you said, the round 7 of the Speed Addict New South Wales Championship. Cracking conditions.
Yes. Yeah, love this time of year, the typical spring weather. I think we've got to be a little bit warmer today by this afternoon. I think we're tipping to be around the 30-degree mark, Celsius, of course. Welcome to all of our online viewers via the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel and of course also our Facebook channel. We'll try our best to interact with you guys as we can. We can see your chat and you're typically a very good group of people that enjoy chatting amongst themselves and also asking questions and bits and pieces. So hopefully we'll be able to bring you a good show. We're about to kick off with the first pair of cars in Super Street. Of course, we are in qualifying here, Stu. These races will do 3 rounds of qualifying today and then into racing / eliminations a little bit later on this afternoon. That was Craig Warren in the airflow lane running through for a 10.14 and Alan Stevenson in the utility for an 11.93.
Yeah, that department of the where people are tuning in and writing in on Facebook and YouTube and all that, Bushy, that is your department because you're the closest to that screen. I need me binoculars to be able to read that, but Mark Elborn out there in the Aeroflow lane up against Martin Stevens in the Rocket lane.
I need goggles from here too, mate.
You've got them on, you're still closer.
Yeah, I know. So a pair of team cars are running down the racetrack. We just saw Alan Stevenson in the HB run through. So there's 3 cars all in Super Street running for Power Plus Race Fuels. Elborn in the utility from Arimba up on towards the Central Coast, north of Sydney, and Martin Stevenson also from that area, Wyong.
Yeah, just looking at the current points in the championship for the Super Street. Mark Hopkins is on 400 points and equal on 400 is Martin Stevenson. So she's tied at the top at the moment in the actual point score. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the day of... Obviously, we're probably not going to have a running total throughout the day of what things are happening, but certainly leading into round number 7, we can tell you where each class is on the top 10 or even right through the point score on some people. So Dale Brown in the Aeroflow from Warrington Downs in the 300 SRT Chrysler up against Peter Valaris from Oatlands in the Ford Mustang.
That was his other car, Stu. This is his Falcon. He's got a series of, lucky enough to have a fleet of all Ford vehicles pretty much. But this one, I'll say an unpainted Falcon, and then they've clear coated it. So you'll see on the as the sun shines, there's quite an interesting effect. And he'll run on through for a 12.49 with a 4-Stu, 103 miles an hour through the finish line to a 12.70, 109 for the Chrysler.
Adam Bowers in the Aeroflow lane in the Holden Commodore. Just reading what it says there. It's certainly not that.
Adam, another one of our races that has a couple of cars, and this is the model that he's chosen to run today. Of course, the Commodore running for Forza Performance and High Performance World. 1.80 reaction time for him, and Dennis Matzik in the Camaro, a 2.86. The Chevy 383 in the Camaro is going to take the win here. 10.89 with a 2, 123 miles an hour through the finish line. And Bowers at 12.18 with a 2, 115. Very regular races here at Sydney Dragway is Mark Roberts in the Rocket Lane. He's in the Ford Falcon, running for Murrumbina Alpacas.
That's a different sponsor, if you've ever heard of it. 49 cars entered for the Super Street today. good numbers, always good numbers for the Super Street Bushy though.
Yes, they're typically a very good competitive field, and we can see that in the championship as well.
Sorry, I should rephrase that. 23 cars, but there's 49 in the point score.
Yes, 49 cars.
I threw myself out there, so
okay.
yeah.
That's all right. Well,
let me off this time.
I'll let you off this time. No worries, man. All good. So Chris Samet with an 11.79 with a 9, 1.14 through the finish line. And Mark Roberts in the rocket lane there, 12.39 with a 9 in that XR6 Falcon. Christine Norbergen now in the HQ in the aeroflow lane. There's a very nice purple version, 427 cubes of Chev on board, taking on Keith Ford. Although not 100% sure that that's correct, Stu, because
no,
it's certainly not a Cortina.
Good reaction time though from the rocket lane.
Yeah, both pretty good.
Oh, actually, yeah,
0.67 for the HQ and an 0.49 there for the Commodore. Pair of Holden products about to face the start line here. Jeff Goodwin in the Holden Monaro running for Speed for Sale Nitrous. Gear Exchange Services, Craig's Automatics, Sultan's Automotive, and Yamaha Australia running against Brett Stutchbury now, who's in the rocket lane, running for Shorty's Performance Engines and PSC Racing. 0.51 green for Stutchbury, 0.19 red for Goodwin. Good side-by-side race though, only a 10th across the finish line. Goodwin got the stripe. 10.93 with an 8, 1.22 to an 11.001 for Stutchbury in the rocket lane there.
David McGlynn comes out in the aeroflow lane in the HQ Monaro. Fowler's Family Racing on board, and Mark Hopkins in the rocket lane in the Alex Tirana. Arthur Johnson Engineering, CB Welding and Fabrication, Renew Automotive, Guildford Spares, JF Engines and Heltec on board for Hopkins.
A pretty well sorted car, this one for Hopkins. 3,000ths in the reaction time between the two. Hopkins with the better with an 0.55. Those cars are locked together all the way down. McLean just in front of the 1,000. Only 200ths across the finish line. 10.77 with a 2. 1.23 for McLean will take it to a 10.79 with a 7 for Hopkins in the rocket lane.
That's what you'd call a good drag race.
Very much so. They would have been looking at each other the whole way down there. And
probably giving each other the devil horns as they're going past.
Yep. It's always good to have a good close race every now and then. It's reignites the fire. Our next pair of cars.
That race, sorry, Bushy, that race there was the better race over, how long did it take? How long did it take him to get down there? Sorry, my mind, which is
12 seconds.
12 seconds.
Yep.
That was a better race than what we saw last Sunday. That took 6 hours.
It was a little bit like that. I will admit. I mean, someone made a very good point though. Back in the day when the late Mr. Brock won all those Bathursts that he won, he was winning by 6 laps.
Yeah, correct.
So to be fair, 24 seconds or whatever the actual gap was at the end is pretty close in comparison.
Snooze fest, I'll say it.
Yes. I do like it when they actually have to race, but unfortunately the scenario of the day didn't quite work out.
Yeah. Bruce Ritchie in the aeroflow lane up against Henry Spikak in the rocket lane. Give it to Ritchie with a 1.27 with a 10.65.
Yeah, the big block certainly doing its thing there in the Chevy Bel Air. Jim Raptis in the Holden Tirana taking on Peter Giddens in the Ford Cortina. The Cortina running for Street Neat Paint and Panel. Very, very nicely presented little Cortina. 347 cubes of Windsor on board for him. Pretty well-sorted car. The Cortina's going to talk up to the right-hand side, as they all do. .009 on the tree for Raptus. Out in front in the Tirana, 10.79 with a 4, 123 miles an hour through the finish line. And 11.11 with a 9 for Giddens in the Cortina. Next pairing out, David Matasevic in the DCM Consulting Ford Cortina. 347 cubes of Windsor on board for him. And Guy Greenland in the VX Bellina LSA powered Holden wagon. Good side-by-side race though. The Cortina out in front, 10.55 with a 6, 128 miles an hour through the finish line for the Cortina, to a 10.75 with a 9, 130 mile an hour for the wagon. A little bit over a tenth of a second there across the finish line. The Cortina taking it. And I think that that concludes our first round of qualifying for Super Street. And we're about to move into the future stars of the sport. Of course, a junior dragster for kids 8 to 17 years of age. These cars run over the 8th mile, of course, 200 metres here at Sydney Dragway, and brought to us this weekend by a Western Weekender, of course, a local publication from the Nepean area, and they've been on board with Sydney Dragway for a few seasons now. It's fantastic to have their ongoing support, and again, good field numbers in junior dragster here this weekend. A 23 entered there as well, and looking forward to some very good racing. They always put on a good show, and plenty good reaction times. Of course, there's no driver aids or anything like that in these cars. It's all done between eye, brain, and foot. And of course, having good reaction times as a youth probably makes it a little bit easier, but still, there's still practice involved and seat time as well. Not too far away from the first pair of cars firing into life. Of course, just need to put a little bit of safety apparatus up at the bottom end of the racetrack. And there we go, almost on cue. We've got Daniela Axiak and Pippa Bennett about to be the first pair of cars to run through for qualifying. This is going to say Daniela in front in the point score by 40 points. Thank you, Stu. Zane Candello in second. We'll see him out a little bit later on this morning. But Daniela in the aeroflow lane, she's as I said, she's our points leader, 390 points she's amassed so far. Then there's a host of cars around the 350 and 340 mark, back in second and third. In beside Pippa Bennett for Stratus form in her new ride. Really like this junior dragster shape. There's a couple of cars running something similar. Very laid back style. The racer laying right down in the vehicle.
So which one are you talking about?
The car in the rocket lane,
yep.
Stu. Don't know how I'd go driving it because my car used to sit fairly upright. Well, I'm happy to test the theory. If I could fit in it. That's the big if there. 021 on the tree for Axiak. 174 to the 60, but better with a 167. And an 802 with a 5. 81, nearly 82 mile an hour through the finish line for Axiak. To a 793 with a 5. 82 miles an hour for Bennett in the rocket lane there. Next pair out will be Jake McNamara and Savannah Condello.
With the temperature raising out there, Bushy, obviously
Yes.
the track, they've done their track prep, obviously the crew here, but with the, obviously getting warmer, all right, it's still only 9:45
Yes.
over here in Sydney, just in case we've got other people, and I can see it's sticky because Dad or Uncle or whoever just lost his right shoe down there on the start line, so that shows how sticky the track is. So how does that affect these little cars?
Well, the juniors, it can be a little bit tricky. We can see Condello there actually rocking the car to try and break that adhesion between the tyre and the racing surface. It is sometimes a little bit of an issue for the juniors because they run a centrifugal clutch tube, and it can be a little bit difficult to drive them slow, especially that they don't want to roll through the beams because they haven't got reverse and they're not actually allowed to cross the start line pre-race. But it can be a little bit tricky for the juniors, and we often see them rocking the car side to side. Pair of red lights there. McNamara away with an 0.16 red. He'll run through for a 7.98 with a 3.79 miles an hour through the finish line. But look at the speed for Condello. 84,
wow.
84.5 miles an hour in the rocket lane there. Big speed. So I dare say pretty good conditions out there for the juniors at the moment. Most of these cars fueled by methanol, so they do genuinely run a little bit cooler than when you try and run them on petrol. Of course, a lot of these engines, they obviously started out as a 5 horsepower Briggs & Stratton engine initially, but most of the ones in these cars will full billet aftermarket, basically a Keith Black version of Junior Dragster, but they rely on the fuel to keep them cool. Plus, of course, there's horsepower advantages in that too. Liam O'Neill in the Aeroflow lane, Stu. He's taking on George Takalis. Takalis in the rocket lane. Both races C Junior Dragsters. 0.58 on the tree for O'Neill. Good side-by-side race though. I think O'Neill will get it. 12.22 with a 3.52 miles an hour through the finish line to an 11.88 with a 6 for Takalis.
Good to see Liam do well there. It's quite handy on a microphone, young Liam, too.
I've heard that. So maybe you'll be the next generation of commentators then.
Who knows? Who knows? Zane Condello comes out in the Aeroflow lane from Barrack Heights up against Archie Boscovich from Lakesland.
Zane, our number 2 points holder in the championship, 350 points.
Well,
Boscovich in third, also on 350 points, actually.
so just seeing Zane Condello coming out. His walker, who was over in the Aeroflow lane or the rocket lane before, he's now lost both shoes. So that shows you what it's like. He might be careful. He might lose his socks in a minute. Won't be wearing those shoes back out there again.
You might just have to tie them up.
I think they're those slip-on variety.
The radial prep ones are often the best because you can't ever stand still on the radial track because you won't walk away.
Absolutely cracking conditions here in Western Sydney this morning.
Yeah, very slight breeze out there, which will help a little bit later on with the temperature if that continues. 002 red on the tree for Condello. Pretty much a pink light for him. 015 for Boscovich in the rocket lane. Boscovich will take it at 8.71 with a 2.75 miles an hour through the finish line.
Another 23 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters entered for round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship.
Looks like Jacob Longo will be going on a solo here. I don't know if the car that he was scheduled to race unfortunately got pushed back. They're very, very consistent, and rarely do we have mechanical faults, but of of course, I don't know if the car actually fired up. It didn't sound like it. There was 2 cars running at any point there. So Jacob will go on a solo, running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. He was doing really well in the championship. He's 4th, 340 points. So certainly within striking distance of Daniela. However, we'll probably want to do well today and pick up some points and hopefully move up in the championship ladder. 882 with a 174 miles an hour there.
With being an ex-junior dragster racer, Stephen, do you miss it? All right, you're just slightly over the age bracket.
Oh, yeah, like...
Just slightly. Don't give yourself up. Do you miss it?
Yes. I think, and I'll admit this to anybody that asks, to me, that's probably one of the best stages of my life so far.
Yep.
You know, meeting friends and getting involved, and a lot of those people that I made friends with back then, I still talk to today, and you know, just always a different point in life. You know what I mean? And I think you know, very grateful to be given the opportunity to compete and to be competitive as well. I think is always a good thing. You know, we see a lot of people get involved in things because they love it, and then try as they may. But you know, sometimes luck just not on their side. But certainly, you know, as I said, miss that period of my life. But you know, need to move on and you know, pull the finger out, as they say, and get into another car and start a new chapter of racing. You know, if the opportunity arises. So Brianna Boscovich there, 8:15 with a 570, we'll call it 80 mile an hour through the finish line, to an 8:83 with a 373 mile an hour for Georgia Leifting in the rocket lane there.
It's pretty cool when you're 80 mile an hour. When you think about it, that's hiking in one of these little cars.
It is. I should be able to tell you what it is off the top of my head, but I will just. Talking just under 130 kilometres an hour.
I was going to say roughly around 120. Wow. So see, when you put that in perspective, they're going faster than what we're legally allowed to go on the road. The difference is this is totally in a controlled environment, safety, everything like that. So put it in perspective, it's fine.
Yes, very much so. And of course, all the racers in this category need to wear hands devices. They're all wearing fireproof suits, boots, etc. So pretty well protected in these cars. And of course, if something was to happen, safety is only a few moments away. On the racetrack, Chloe Rakio out in front now. She'll take the win. 7:96 with a 0.81 miles an hour through the finish line. And Taylor Smith in the airflow lane there, an 8:22 with a 9.81 miles an hour through the finish line for her also. Track now, Johnny Lucci in the airflow lane, doing pretty well for himself. Johnny, he made the final a couple of meetings ago, and taking on Charlotte Leifting in the rocket lane. Lucci, one of our younger competitors in the C Junior Dragster,
currently sits 5th in the championship chase, only 60 points behind. Second last round of the Speed Addict New South Wales Championship too. This is round 7. Round 8 is the final round. Both into the deep stage. Red light for Charlotte at 0.49 compared to Lucy with a 2.77 green.
A 9.06 with a 770 mile an hour for Leifting in the rocket lane, to a 12.10 at 52 mile an hour there for Lucci in the airflow lane. Next up, we'll have Jeffrey McNiff for St Mary's Engines, taking on Alex Rafalo for Sydney Waterscapes in the Rocket Lane. Would it be safe to say that Rafalo would have a pretty cool pool out the back? I reckon, that sponsor. Or maybe a big fountain in the front yard, who knows?
Who knows?
McNiff running the Bloss power plant, 500 cc's on board for him. Is one of the bigger juniors capacity-wise. You could nearly say the big block of junior racing. 022 on the tree for McNiff, 019 for Rafalo. Nothing in the start line. And Rafalo through with an 802, 80 mile an hour for him, and an 841 with a 0, 77 mile an hour for McNiff there. Next up, Harry Rako takes on Jaden Bosanev. Bosanev running for North Rocks Auto Centre in the C Junior Dragster. Rako running for his mum and dad from Albion Park down in the... What region would you say that is? South of Sydney. So
Southern Wollongong.
Yep.
Illawarra,
there you go. Thank you, Ben.
But Southern Wollongong sounds good. I reckon they're the best sponsor too.
Yes.
Harry Rako's got the best sponsor going around. Mum and dad.
Yep. We had I think it was Jake McNamara. He was sponsored by Bank of Mum. I think that's pretty cool. That's a good one as well. Could have been a little bit creative.
And I guess that's the thing. If you are creative and the commentators take notice,
yes,
you get a bit of airtime.
Funny you talk about airtime. Just as we wait for these two races to go into full stage, I watched the thing on John Force the other day, an old video from Diamond P. Nice reaction time for Rako, 033 on the tree. The A Junior will take it 794 with a 482 miles an hour through the finish line to a 1204 at 54. Balsanev in the Rocket Lane, so good run for him. Limited to a 12.00. Rako approached a little bit too quick in qualifying for him on that pass. He's looking for an 8 flat. All the junior drags are looking for an 8.00. They can go 790 in eliminations. Daniel Carabalat taking on Zach Rafalo now in the Rocket Lane. Carabalat running for Lightstream Electrical, Oz Motor Group, VK Tools, and Dr. Meth Race Fuels. .001 red for Rafalo. 032 green for Carabalat, but I think Carabalat's coasting there. 11.13 with a 9, only 35 miles an hour for him. And Rafalo, very quick, 7.84 with a 0, 83 miles an hour. And Carabalat's stranded there at around about the 1,000-foot mark. As I said, it looked like he was coasting there. Only 35 mile an hour through the finish line for him. So let's hope that he can get that fixed. Maybe thrown a chain or something like that. Occasionally that does happen. Hopefully the team can get him fixed and repaired back onto the racetrack for the second round of qualifying. I just started to say to Stu, mentioned the airtime. I watched a Diamond P video on YouTube the other day of John Force. I'm a pretty big fan of John Force, and it covered. It was basically an interview with him, his crew chief or crew chiefs, his mother, you know, that sort of thing, and more just talking and footage. And he always apparently had this theory that you could win a race and get no airtime at all, but if you caught fire and destroyed it, you would get airtime every time. So not that he went out deliberately to destroy stuff, but I'm sure that certainly helped his cause in attracting a few sponsors as well. Because as anybody that knows John Force, he's a character, and I think a self-confessed a talker. You know, he can sell ice to Eskimos, as they say, and that having that charismatic charm, if you will, certainly helped him achieve greatness. Went from absolutely nothing. He said in the video there was one race meeting that he went to, Ben. He had 80 cents in the bank account by the time he finished the race meeting. Was talking to a friend at work about it the other day, and he said, "What's he worth now?" Depends what Google page you choose to read or believe. Anywhere between 15 to 20 million. Even the lower side, I'd be happy with. I'd be very happy with the lower side of that estimate. So, you know, people say you can't make money in drag racing. I suppose there are a few exceptions to that rule. On track now for the solo, we've got Cade Fowler in the rocket lane, running for Fowler Transport. I think Cade's been running for a little while now, but looks like he's going through a licensing procedure. I dare say probably switching from a C to B, I'll get it right, C to B juniors. Of course, now able to run a little bit quicker. Leaves the start line with a 1:86 reaction time. On the solo down the rocket lane. And he'll run on through for an 8:98 with a 7. 8:98 with a 7. 73 miles an hour through the finish line. Not a bad pass there from Cade and the team. And I think that was the last junior dragster in the first round of qualifying here for the round number 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. While we pack up the safety equipment at the top end of the racetrack, just going to throw to a few words from some of our sponsors with the big screen. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Flow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
I told you we'd be back in a few moments. And we're about to kick off the Street Fighter category. Of course, this category introduced to Australian drag racing a few seasons ago and set up for those that want to race their everyday car effectively. And as we can see, there's all sorts of vehicles that will run down the racetrack under the Street Fighter category. And we've got Danny Stadelmeyer in the airflow lane from Mount Hunter running for Greyhound Rescue in the AU Falcon.
Sorry, Bushy.
That's all right, mate.
Had to disappear for 30 seconds. It was probably longer than 30, but anyway.
That's okay.
I can't count.
I survived. I'm seasoned professional.
That you are.
As I chuckle. 076 on the tree for Stadelmeyer in the airflow lane. He's taking on Jason Regent in the in the Mazda BT50.
And that is the best sponsor going round right now. The wife lets me. That's gold. You know, it would have been better if he wasn't actually driving the Mazda BT50 and driving his wife's car.
Or maybe it is her car.
But maybe it is her car. Yeah, maybe. I shouldn't assume, should I?
Next up, we've got Grant Law in the Toyota RAV4. Yes, you heard me. Toyota RAV4. He's taking on Scott Goodison in the Mitsubishi Legnum.
I wonder if they take these cars back to the pits and plug the computer in and have a look at what it's done, Bushy.
They could, but I doubt it.
I'm just asking the
They
question.
might. They might be really serious.
Correct.
We see races here on a Wednesday night do that. And
this just shows that you can come and race anything.
That's exactly right. 1941 with a 669 miles an hour for Grant Law in the RAV4 there. And that actually rhymes. Jack Matasevic in the Ford Falcon. Barra 6 on board for him. Taking on Sean Darnell in the I-30. We've given Sean the day off, one of our hard-working officials.
Right.
1.4 litres of fury under the bonnet for the I-30. Don't quote me on this, Stu, but someone told me that particular models of Hyundai are actually still under warranty when you do. They have a racing warranty.
Really?
Yes, and that was my reaction as well. So I would like to do a bit of research there. 002 red on the tree for Jack Matasevic. Runs on through for a 14.21 with an 98 miles an hour through the finish line. Darnell a 16.93 with a 682 miles an hour for him in the Rocket Lane. Yeah, I reckon there'd be, if that's the case, I reckon there'd be a fair number of clauses in that.
You'd think so.
In that warranty.
So 14 cars entered in the Street Fighter division for round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship. Good race side by side here between Petty Ford and Roberts. Roberts in the Rocket Lane, Petty Ford in the Aeroflow lane. Give it to Petty Ford at a 14.429 at 99 miles per hour against a 14.605 at 98.
Now, Ryan stepped out of juniors, Stu, and his junior was 1.4 seconds quicker to the 330 mark than the Commodore is.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, perfect sense. But good to see Ryan back behind the wheel. Next up, we'll have Wayne Smith from Oakhurst, not too far away, in the HSV Club Sport. He's taking on Dave Muscat in the RPM Racing Ford Mini. A Ford Mini. Why did I say that? Because he's raced a Ford Mustang, and he's building.
Stephen, that is one of your best.
And he's building. Well, yeah,
hey,
I'm just leaving it there. There's no point. I'm not going to try and dig myself out.
No, you can't. And I'm sure I'm going to make something a whole lot worse. Don't worry. Throughout the day. So red light for Smith with a 0.19. Went down at a 13.35 at 103 compared to the Ford Mini of a 16.021 at 90 miles.
It's a special. They only made one. All right?
One and only. Bushy, it's okay. It happens. And for the people that are out there that are going to get on there and say,
say whatever you like. We'll just kick you out. That's no worries.
Yeah. Come and have a crack at announcing yourself, and you'll find what it's like. And I say that respectfully.
Yes, very much so. I know exactly what you're saying. Con Esther in the Ford Falcon, leads with a 4.58 reaction time, taking on Charlie Boscovich in the Rocket Lane. Charlie, another ex-junior dragster racer, leads with an 0.38 light, which is no easy feat in the hamster. And Esther will take it 13.90 with a 6.102 mile an hour through the finish line to a 15.50 for Boscovich in the hamster. Next up will be Don Zammit in the DHL backed Holden VT wagon. I think Don, he'd be in front in the championship.
Yeah.
There you go.
70 points leader.
Yeah, okay, he's got a fairly good,
Over
healthy
David
margin. Got a fairly healthy margin there.
This size is easier to read, Bushy, than that one.
067 on the tree for Zamet. Letting the car run through the transmission. You can hear it quite clearly on the track mics. And he'll run on through for a 13.03. 109 miles an hour through the finish line.
Super Sedan up next. 11 entries today. Sean Marr in the Holden HB Tirana up against Jim Denaro in the Ford Cortina in the Rocket Lane.
These two are very, very tough competitors. I'd say both of them will be heading to the Bend next week for the opening round of the championship down there.
I reckon you won't be able to move in that place next weekend. Which is fantastic for national drag racing.
I said they were both tough competitors. 014 on the tree for both of them. They would have been looking at each other all the way down. Mara will get there by 2/10. 917 with a 5. 146 miles an hour through the finish line to a 937 with an 8. 145 for Denaro in the Cortina.
It was harder to pick than a broken nose just then, Bushy, the way you just rolled out with that at the start. You said they'd be tough. You didn't expect them to both line up the same numbers on the tree.
No, I did not. I knew they'd be good, but I didn't think they'd be identical to 1,000.
Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore in the Aeroflow lane up against Ross Bilby in the Ford Cortina Rocket lane.
That was the Wild Water Sports, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
It wasn't the 12th man.
It wasn't written and spoken by Stu McCarthy. No way.
No, I was trying to think whether it was the 12th man or if it was the Wild Water Sports. But
well, that's the same anyway.
Oh, kind of. But the Wild Water Sports covered a whole heap of sports, not just the cricket.
Yeah.
But yeah, many a car trip away listening to that. Just waiting for Ross Bilby to move forward in the Ford Cortina into full stage now, taking on Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore. Bilby with the wheels up, 030 red to an 031 green for Nathan Watt. Nearly identical again, but on opposite ends of green or red. And 920 with a 7. 146 for Watt in the Aeroflow lane to take it. To a 966 with a 3 at 138 for the Cortina.
Andrew Little in the 67 Chev Camaro in the Aeroflow lane up against Niall Mitchell in the Holden Gemini in the Rocket lane. Little from Forbes, Mitchell from Gillaby. .018 for Little against an 070 for Mitchell. Mitchell car darted left. Give the win to Little with a 9.616 at 136 compared to Mitchell 10.95 at 122.
Be another good race here. Stu, of course, qualifying session number 1 for Super Sedan. We've got Dave Gruber in the Strip Rat taking on Joe Zamet in the VL Commodore. Two very, very tough races on the start line here. Holden 383 on board for the VL. And the Chev 383 on board for Gruber. The Tirana out in front. And we'll take the win. 920 with a 1. 144 through the finish line. Zamet in the Rocket lane. A 10.04 with a 7. 132.
Both had good reaction times too. Aeroflow lane was an 020, and then the rocket lane was a 022.
Well, I think from memory, Gruber's had one race meeting here where he did 2 perfect lights in the one race meeting. So that's pretty good going. A lot of races are happy to get one in there, one a year, I'd say, but he was lucky enough to do 2.
The Suzuki Mighty Boy of Nathan Cowie up against Graham Blackman in the Cortina. Cowie gets the job done with a 9.177 at 148 compared to a 10.805 at 124.
Yeah, nice clean pass from both races there. And we're about to move into Super Gas Tube. Of course, this category running a fixed index of 990. We've got Vince Panetta in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Anthony Panetta. Anthony in the Holden Calibra, the gold car down in the rocket lane.
Vince currently second in the points. And Anthony sits back there in 7th. So with the Super Gas, can't go any quicker than 9.9 in the racing.
Yes, to qualify, the idea is you want to run as close to the 990 as possible. Yep. You can win in eliminations if you go under, but your competitor's got to go under by more.
Or a red light.
Or a red light, yes.
Yep.
So there are a couple of rules in this category. You can't deep stage, which means when we say deep stage, there's 2 white lights on each side of the Christmas tree. The first light is pre-stage, which has just come on.
Yep.
Then the next one down is full stage. What that's telling is tells the starter that both races are ready to go. If you keep rolling forward, the top white light will come out, will turn off. That means you're in deep stage. You can't do that in Super Gas. So
another great couple of reaction times. 012 for Vince up against a 008 for Anthony. Give it to Vince. A 9822 at 149 compared to a 1014. And just missed that mile per hour out.
So also in this category, a lot of the cars capable of running a lot quicker than the 990 index. So what they have is a throttle stop. If they're running an automatic transmission, they can run a throttle stop. So the car will basically leave the start line and then almost look like it's stalled or it's not running anymore, it's broken, and then all of a sudden it'll take off again. So what that's doing is tripping the beam, starting the timer, then going slow, then accelerating to the finish line. So what happens is you'll see a 990 at a mile an hour that's probably more suited to a low 9 or a high 8.
Yep.
So what that does is make it very tricky for the car in the other lane to actually determine whether you're actually going to get past or not. So Catanzarini's leaving the start line, 003 on the Pro Tree, of course. And he'll run on through on the solo, 992 with an 164 miles an hour there in the Pontiac Firebird.
And to a degree, I guess, Bushy, like, and especially in this category we just seen with Joe in that previous pass, when the car launched, it actually went to the left a little bit, but he got it straight because the car had slowed down and then he could get going again.
Yeah,
whereas every other division, you want that car straight when you hit the fun pedal.
Hit the throttle, that's right, because you're not planning on getting out of it unless you have to.
Yeah.
So I guess from that point of view, we see some cars that they don't leave the start line really strong, like in a lot of the turbo cars that make big horsepower, and they try to put it all through a little tyre, they'll run like boost management or ignition management where you'll leave on full throttle, but you won't have full power, if I could put it that way.
Yeah.
Then we often see that the power is tuned to come in at 100 feet out from the start line, and that's where all the excitement happens. But looks like we're into a modified eliminator now, Stu, and that's Craig Davies in the rocket lane. 827 with a 0, 161 miles an hour through the finish line. He took on Dan Rhymster in the altered, 1079 with a 3, 118 miles an hour.
So Kelsey Walford-Lay comes out in that T-Bucket Altereds, currently sits 5th in the championship up against Gregory Hannaford in the Fiat Topolino. Is that Topolino?
Fiat Topolino.
Yeah.
Very cool little car, this one. Only a little Holden 179 on board. Built, I think it's a new car, but it's built in the period of the back in the day, as they say. Like, we're talking 60s, 70s. If you're looking at the paint scheme on the car, looks really, really nice on the racetrack though. And as does the Walford-Lay dragster, the black over gold just looks really, really nice as well. 058 on the tree for Walford-Lay, looking for a 7-second pass here. 787 with a 161 miles an hour through the finish line. And Gregory Hannaford there, a 1389 with a 5 at 99 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, Lou Caponado in the Bantam Altered, taking on Gary Franks in the Mustang Roadster.
Yeah, Franks currently sits 23rd. He's only done one round, which was round number 5. And Lou sits 9th. He's missed a couple of rounds.
Yeah, Lou fairly new to the seat of this car. Picked a pretty good seat to get in. This thing is a machine. Runs high 6 seconds, 200 mile an hour at times. 648 cubes of BK Race Engines goodness in front of him. We can see Billy down there on the start line. Look for a sub 1 second 60 foot out of this machine. .025 on the tree. 101 to the 60. And through the finish line, 678 with an 8. 199.6 mile an hour through the finish line. That's just under 320 kilometres an hour. Out of a carburetor big block to a 787 with an 8, 166 for Franks in the Mustang.
So your points leader, Lee Hartwell Law. He's in the Rocket Lane.
I think that's Chelsea Smith in the Aeroflow lane. Used to run Junior Dragster and has taken the step into a modified Eliminator. Running for JM Auto Repairs. Lee Hartwell Law in the Roadster. For BK Race Engines, Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. 440 cubed Windsor power plant on board in the Roadster. .006 on the tree for Harder Law, 018 for Smith in the Dragster. Those two cars locked together. The Dragster just in front of 1,000 and takes the win. 771 with a 4, 171 mile an hour through the finish line, Stu. And Harder Law in the Rocket Lane there, 803 with a 7.
And this is just qualifying, so it doesn't really... Round 1 of qualifying. They've got another 2 sessions to go. It's all about getting your car sorted and in tune with the track conditions. Obviously, track conditions are going to change. It is only the hour of the day, 10:30 in the morning here in Sydney. They'll get to do 2 more passes for qualifying And then later this afternoon, we'll go into our racing eliminations.
That's exactly right. Of course, pretty hotly contested. The modified class always full of very tough races, and we've got George Bukareshvili in the airflow lane in one of my favourite front engine dragsters, little LS powered front engine dragster. This thing runs into the sevens, only 365 cubes of LS on board for him, but very, very well sorted. 007 on the tree for Bukareshvili, out in front of Ray Fairfield in the altered. 778 with a 5, 172 for the dragster to an 846 with a 1 at 155 for Fairfield.
Competitors entered for today in the modified Eliminator Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway. Good morning to anybody tuned in on any of our social media platforms or YouTube. Hope you strapped yourself into your favourite chair, got yourself a coffee. Someone might even be having a adult beverage, who knows?
Well, I think we've got viewers from all around the world normally, and yeah, there's always a good chat going on. But I find when I watch live stream of motorsport, it's very difficult to walk away. It doesn't matter what it is. If you're into cars, to sit there online and just watch. Doesn't matter if it's speedway, drag racing, circuit racing, whatever it is. On the racetrack now, we've got Alison Stewart from Queanbeyan in the Welsh Family Racing front engine dragster.
Sits third, 20 points behind Hartill, Law and Davies.
002 on the tree for Allison. The car moved around a little bit on the hit of the throttle though. And an 860 with a 4, 150 mile an hour through the finish line. Allison recently stepping into that car. She's won most of those points with a rear engine dragster. Looks like we're moving into a top sportsman, Stu. And we've got Josh Boscovich in the aeroflow lane.
Points lead up by 10 points.
Yeah, he's been doing pretty well this season, obviously. Out in front, he was absolutely rapt to take home the W trophy at the last round.
He's had 2 round wins, round 4 and round 6, up against Joe Gattalari, who's currently second in points. He's had 1 round win in round 2, so there's only 10 points the difference between these two boys. $12 cars entered. Just waiting for Boscovich to come up to pre-stage. .030 for Gattalari in the rocket lane. Boscovich coming back. No, give it to Gattalari with a 851 at 161 compared to an 864 at 152 for Boscovich. Couple of good sized burnouts down here for our next 2 in the top sportsman. Joe Sorbello will be in the aeroflow lane. Up against Leo Georges in the Ford Escort panel van. 033 for Sabello, 055 for Georges. Very close racing. Give it to Georges with an 883 at 152 to Sorbello with an 8905 at 155. Top Sportsman on track here at round number 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway. Cracking conditions here in Western Sydney.
And that's Lisa Sargent going through her burnout procedure in the Sargent's Roofing Chevy Nova. Also running for All Flex Engineering.
Temperature outside in the Celsius range is just on 20 degrees. So, but I think it'd probably feel a lot warmer than that standing in that sun.
I dare say you'd be correct there, Stu.
Especially when you're wearing, and what you mainly see at any drag racing event, black shirts.
Yes. Lisa's car powered by a 598 cube big block Chev. Haven't seen her husband's Chevy Camaro for a little while, but certainly one of my favourite cars in Top Sportsman. Lisa not pushing the reaction time there, and it sounds like she's pedalled the car a few times at about 1,000 foot. Rolls on through for an 859, only 147 miles an hour.
Looked like she popped the chutes out early too as well. Mark Phillip comes out in the VP Commodore in the Aeroflow lane up against Gregory Fowler in the Chev Beretta in the Rocket lane. Phillip sits 6th in the point score. Fowler currently sits 10th. Fowler's only done 2 rounds and Phillip has done 3 rounds. So it's interesting when you look at that. In Mark Phillip currently sits 6th. He's done 3 rounds. Everybody above him's done every round, so obviously that's why they're in front of him. So
yeah, I think that because the championship's over so many rounds of racing, like we're talking 8 rounds in the championship, the championship rewards consistency, and unfortunately it looks like Greg Fowler is being pushed away from the start line. That car usually bulletproof in its preparation, and Phillip will go through on a solo. Fowler will have 2 more shots at getting qualified here today. And an 848 with a 5, 158 miles an hour for Phillip through the finish line. There's nothing like a supercharged big block, a small block. It's only a small block, 400 cube small block Chev for Grant's Performance.
yeah, for David Whitmore.
From Dora Creek. You could see there coming out of the water, it stood up on the tyres in first, and then as soon as he hit second, instant tyre smoke.
Yep.
Just backing the car back into his hot tyre marks. Usually leaves the start line pretty well, this car, with the wheels up in the air. Race 033 on the tree, 118 to the 60 and through the finish line, 789 with a 5, 175 miles an hour through the finish line. And shuts the car off, shoots out and around the bottom end. Easy as you like.
That's how it's done. So that is qualifying number 1 round done by the look of it. Young Stephen. And it looks like the order's just been changed up.
What do you mean? That never happens. Never.
By the
never,
run sheet.
Never, ever.
So Western Weekender Junior Dragster will be up first.
Yeah, we can see those competitors in the staging lanes. Of course, we'll just fit the safety apparatus to the top end of the racetrack, and I'll just go through a bit of a sponsor read. We'd like to thank Greg from Simpson Products for being out here. Of course, if you're a competitor down in the pits and you'd like to update your safety or your safety equipment, or you're looking at getting into drag racing and want to talk to someone face to face, Greg does have his mobile shop set up at the scrutineering bay. So it's fantastic to have Simpson Race Products here. They cater for product suppliers in a wide range of safety products, everything from gloves, helmets, harness systems, fire suits, head restraints, driving shoes, and much more.
That brand of Simpson,
yes,
has been around a very, very, very long time.
It sure has, across all forms of motorsport.
Yeah, correct.
Probably, I'm not 100% sure when Simpson kicked off, but I've seen plenty of old footage from drag racing events, even back in back in the 70s, where the Simpson was sewn onto race suits and that sort of thing. So I dare say somewhere around that sort of time frame. But
I've been very fortunate to go to the, pretty sure it's their headquarters in Brownsburg in Indiana, and certainly their shop front that they have where everything is and whatever. It's pretty cool when you walk in there, and like, this is, I'm going to say 7 or 8 years ago when I was there, but it had one of Donny Schatz' sprint cars in there. I think it even might have had some sort of drag racing car in there or something like that, but they do it well because of that precinct in Brownsburg in Indiana. All the big racing teams like John Force Racing, they're all in that precinct right there. Tony Stewart Racing, and I know Tony Stewart's been a long time ambassador for Simpson Race Products.
I think a lot of things, a lot of races across all different forms of racing are generally pretty brand loyal, I think, in a lot of ways. If they find a product that they're happy with, and they stick with it even through changes of model and improvement and that sort of thing. And of course, Simpson certainly have a very, very reputable name across all of those products there that I mentioned. And it doesn't matter what category of racing you're in, their product is A1 right through from the base product right up to the top of the range.
Yeah, for sure. So go and check out all the Simpson gear down in the trailer down the back down there.
Yeah, well, it's just in front of the scrutineering shed there. I saw him there this morning as I was setting up. So I'm sure he carries a pretty good range of supplies there. So if you do have something that's getting close to out of date and want to grab yourself an early Christmas present, but we're just going to... looks like the juniors are coming through the tunnel now, and we're about to get underway with their second round of qualifying here for the Western Weekender. And the first round of juniors put on a pretty good show. I think there was a couple of cars into the 7s. Of course, they want to get the 800 mark is where the A juniors are looking for. And we shouldn't be too much longer before those cars are fired up. We can see the first pair in the fire-up box. Savannah Condello and Daniela Axiak. Mr. Candelo's changed his shoes, Stu. He's in the work boots now.
Lesson learned. He's in trouble if they come off.
Yeah, yes. He's ripped the soles off. That's right, Ben. We have seen that happen, actually. Savannah fighting the life, rolling through into the water. Axiak in the rocket lane, running for Lush and you.
Just looking down the track there, Bushy, at these two competitors, they're both taking the inside tyre tracks from the bigger cars that have been out and whatever like that. Do you not, like you as an ex-racer of Western Weekend at Junior Dragsters, is there a particular, are you better off starting on the inside or what's the...
I will admit, for me, the track position was never really a major issue, but obviously with these cars, they're trying to get into a position. If they go where the track is not shiny, it means that they have the less chance of getting stuck to it, in a sense. I know that there is a groove, but it means that the track doesn't have the sheen on it. So typically the better spot to be, I guess. But the cars are so narrow that they pretty much fit in one side of the racing groove, if you like. Next pair out on the start line, we've got Pippa Bennett and Chloe Rako. Bennett in the McGee-powered Stratus form Junior Dragster. Rako running the Briggs & Stratton power plant, according to the entry information. Just waiting on Bennett to move into full stage. In there now, that second white light's on. Tree counts down. Rako with an 020 red light. Good side-by-side race, though. 792 with a 0. 82 mile an hour there for Bennett in the airflow lane to a 795 with a 9. 82.2.
So Bushy, just explain why they don't run the full
quarter mile. Well, the cars are half scale, based on a half scale top fuel dragster. So I think a top fuel dragster is about 300 inches in wheelbase. These cars are around the 140 mark. Being half scale, they run them over the 8th mile, I guess, to try and also to keep speeds down and that sort of thing as well. Although back when I used to race, we used to race across the road on the full quarter.
Really?
And yeah, we used to do a fair bit more, I'll say, engine wear.
Yes.
Running the quarter mile, not only because the distance is twice as much. That's not where the wear came from. It was more that you're holding the thing on wide open throttle and nothing's really happening for that last part of the racetrack. The acceleration's already there. You're already at, I guess, I won't say max speed, but you're not. There's not a lot gaining out of the extra 200 metres of racetrack.
Yeah. So Liam O'Neill does a 005 compared to Longo, an 036. Longo gets the win at a 70 mile per hour at a 9.1 compared to O'Neill, a 12.25 at 52. So that was a C grade against a B grade.
That's correct.
Yep. And that's why there's such a big difference between
in the performance. But of course, when we get to racing a little bit later on this afternoon, these races will pick a dial in. So the race will be handicapped. The slower car will leave the start line first, and the quicker car will have to chase them down.
Chase them down, yeah.
And in theory, they'll be side by side at the finish line. Looks like one of the cars, unfortunately, being pushed back from the start line in the aeroflow lane. Longo will go through on a solo. Is it the Carabalot car in the aeroflow lane? And an 8:48 with a 9, 77 miles an hour through the finish line for the rocket lane there. Next up we'll have Alex Ruffalo and Harry Reiko. Reiko in the rocket lane. Ruffalo in the aeroflow lane.
Love the different engine sounds out of these little dragsters too. There's all different.
Well, I think because a lot of them run so many different height configurations. The car that we can hear on the track mic there is Johnny Lucci's car. Of course, probably a little bit smaller in engine capacity, but has a higher idle than the others. So again, a different note. And a Ruffalo there, a 798 with a 80.9 mile an hour through the finish line to a 794 for the rocket lane. Yeah, so the car of Lucci's always seemed to have had a higher idle than most of the other cars in the class. But the team might be going in with a slightly different idea on tuning the car, for example. Like I know back when I used to race, we used to come into stage pretty much at idle, and the idle would be up a fair way rather than trying to hold your foot on the brake, come in on the accelerator and effectively stall it up, hold it on the converter. You know, where there was other people trying to do that, and with the centrifugal clutch, not always the best system because it'll flat spot the belt.
Archie Boscovich goes red with a 088 compared to Lucy with a 129. B grader up against a C grader. Boscovich does an 867 at 75 compared to Lucy with a 1213 at 52.
Next up we'll have Zach Ruffalo and George Takalis. Takalis from Wetherill Park in the rocket lane. Ruffalo from Vineyard.
2023 Western Weekender Juniors here.
083 on the tree for Rafalo. He'll run through for a 7.90 with an 881 miles an hour through the finish line. Takalis in the rocket lane. 12.24 with a 3.47 miles an hour there. So it looks like both the Rafalo boys will have to slow down a little bit. I know that sounds counteractive to drag racing, but they've got a time frame that they need to try and fit into. Not missing it by much, but still under the 8.0 that they're looking for. Jeffrey McNiff now in the airflow lane, running for St Mary's Engines, taking on Georgia Leafting. Leafting running for a host of sponsors, including Speedflow Products, Imprint Industries, McGrath's Meats, Ice Slushy, Acklebist Candles, and the Claire Bear Swim School. Bit over a 10th across the finish line between those two races there. McNiff took it with an 8.40, 77 miles an hour. Leafting an 8.87 with a 9 at 73. Next up, Tegan Smith.
So, Bushy, just looking on the back of Tegan Smith's car, she's got like a little tag hanging off
Yes.
in the middle of the top wing there. What is that there for?
The car has a parachute on the back.
Yep.
So the rule states that if the safety equipment is there, it must be able to be used.
Right.
So by that rule, if there's a parachute on the back, you have to be able to operate the parachute if required. So the drawback with the junior dragster is the parachute, I think, looks cool, but the pin sometimes does shake out, which then means the parachute is deployed, and therefore in a racing condition, you're pretty much guaranteed you'll lose the race because you won't be able to drag it through. 004 on the tree for Smith, and she'll run through for an 8.03 with a 9 at 80 mile an hour. Yeah, so there's a couple of juniors here with the parachute fitted.
And that's what I noticed on most of the others don't have them, and I was just, even though I knew it was a parachute,
Yes.
I thought I'd just ask that dumb question. Not that there is a dumb question, but you know what I'm saying.
No such thing as a dumb question. But I've been around the sport long enough to see quite a few racers lose races for the parachute coming out. If it was me, I'd fill the bag with a foam block.
That's allowed?
Well, still have the look. It's not actually there, is it?
Yep.
And it'd probably be a little bit lighter too. Not much, but a little bit. Brianna Boscovich and Jake McNamara doing battle this time around. McNamara in the rocket lane, running for his Nana Pop, Arnex Enterprises, and Fine Line Motorsports. 030 on the tree, goes 166 to the 60 foot. Looks like Boscovich out in front with an 8.09. She got there courtesy of the red light on the tree. 80.79 miles an hour for Boscovich, and 80.97 there through the finish line for McNamara.
So we're into qualifying session number 2 for all classes here for round 7 of our Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway. Welcome to people here at the race venue itself, and then obviously people sitting at home, whether you're here in the great land, great country of Australia, or somewhere else in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and a good very early morning.
Yes.
If it is that time wherever you are.
Exactly right. Of course, it's fantastic to have everybody on board here.
I know Benji sits over there and replies to people and whatever. I reckon it'd be worth seeing. Let's see if we can find out where the furthest person is watching from. Wales at this stage. No, but right now, send Benji a message and we'll try and work out
I'm going to be no help to you because geography,
and whoever's
absolutely
the furthest away, they'll win a prize of being able to sit and listen to us all day.
Winner! All right, Cade Fowler out for what I believe is another licensing pass. In the Fowler Transport Junior Dragster, moved over to the airflow lane this time around. Ran through with an 8.98 with a 7 in the first pass.
Currently sitting 8th in qualifying. Last car to come out, or dragster I should say, to come out for qualifying session number 2 for the junior dragsters.
Went after the light, 099 red. And runs on through for an 8.86 with a 3, 74 miles an hour. And I think that concludes the second round of qualifying here for the Western Weekend Junior Dragsters. And we're going to throw to our big screen for a couple of words for some of our sponsors. Stewie and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
So we're here at Sydney Dragway for round number 7 of the Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Championship. Qualifying 1 has been done. We've had one class, the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters, in qualifying 2 done. Up next will be Street Fighter with 14 entries here today. Beautiful sunny conditions here in Western Sydney. For people tuned in on any of the platforms, we're about 40 minutes west of the CBD of Sydney. As we said, Street Fighter. Up next, Ben Roberts in the Aeroflow in the XR8 Falcon up against Jason Regent in the Mazda BT50. Both in stage. So 2.73 for Roberts, up against a 4.63 for Regent. Roberts crosses the line with a 14.485 at 97 miles per hour, up against Regent with a 17.491 at 82 miles per hour. Street Fighter on track. Con Esther in the Ford Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Up against Jack Mastovic in the Ford Falcon. .109 for Matsovic, up against a 3.70 for Esther. Matsovic gets the job done with a 14.192 at 98. up against Esther. Next two out, Sean Dartnell in the Hyundai i30 up against Scott Goodison in the Mitsubishi Lingam. You can come and run a round of this championship in the Street Fighter, or you can turn up on a Wednesday night for our Aeroflow race for real. To put your car down the circuit, 051 for Darnell at a 16.995 at 81 miles per hour, but compared to a 15.77 at 90 for Goodison in the Rocket Lane. 14 entries for the Street Fighter class here today. Charlie Boscovich in the Rocket Lane up against Danny Stadelmar in the Aeroflow lane. Sure if Boscovich had major problems halfway down or a quarter way down the racetrack, but give it to the Aeroflow lane at a 101, to 13.4 at 101 compared to a 17.5 at 67. Grant Law comes out in the Toyota RAV4, even taking the spare wheel off the back of the RAV4. Obviously worried about weight. Up against Ryan Pettiford in the Holden SSV wagon. Pettiford gets away at an 0.31 from Fairfield West. Pettiford gets the job done with a 14.52 at 100 miles per hour. And Law across the line in the RAV4 at a 19.79 at 69 miles per hour. Don Zammett from Claremont in the VT Commodore up against Wayne Smith from Oakhurst in the HSV Club Sport. Both in full stage. 0.93 for Zammett against a 1.45 for Smith. Across the line, give it to Zammett with a 13.327 at 92 compared to Smith's 13.56 at 106. The mighty Mini comes back out. David Muscat in the Mini Cooper from Wetherill Park. Very slow off the line. There's certainly a lot of liquid come out of that car on the start line. And I think it's still dropping. I'm going to think it's just water. I may be wrong, but we're certainly going to require a surface update. So we'll have a slot. A slight break in proceedings. While that is happening, we'll have a word from some sponsors and maybe some bit of music playing, and we'll be back with you once we've got some action back on the track for round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
So we'll continue on with the Street Fighter. Well done to our Sydney Dragway track crew, getting that cleaned up as quick as they did. An 010 for Greenland in the Aeroflow lane compared to a red 013 for Zamet in the Rocket lane. Greenland with a 10.80 at 129 miles per hour compared to a 12.03 at 114 miles per hour.
Next up, we'll have Craig Warren in the Aeroflow lane in the Sydney Scrap Steel Holden Tirana, running for Power Plus Race Fuels, Fuels Mechanical, and of course Sydney Scrap Steel. Taking on Martin Stevenson in the drag van, running for Power Plus Racing Fuels.
Super Street.
Just waiting on Warren to move into full stage, bring that second white light on. And leaves with an 030 red light. The car twists up, lifting that left front off the start line. The Tirana out in front, 10.09 with a 5, 133 miles an hour through the finish line. To a 10.23 with a 7 at 125 for the panel van. Stevenson through the finish line first with an 11.38, 120 mile an hour run, and a 12.90 for Dale Brown. GB Raptors out in front in the Tirana, 031 on the tree, goes through for a 10.84, 123 miles an hour through the finish line to a 12.22 at 115 for Adam Bowers in the VT. Next up, Tim Ritzrow in the VXSS Commodore LS1, 5.7 litres of Fury under the bonnet. Taking on Mark Elborn's HQ utility. Off his entry information, he's got the 253 on board. That's a very stout 253, Ben. Yes, you're correct. .093 red for Ritzrow in the Commodore. 078 green for Elborn. The Commodore will take an 11.72, 116, and a 12.40 at 108 for the utility. Next up, Henry Spikak in the Aeroflow lane in the Holden Ute. Taking on Christian Norbergen in the Kingswood. Very nice looking car, this Kingswood. Looks glorious in the sun here at Sydney Dragway. Just waiting on Spikak to bump into full stage. In there now. Norbergen went after the light, but came up with a 172 red light. run on through with a 10.73 at 126. 12.01 with a 7 for Spikak in the utility. One of those cars, fairly big backfire there. I think it was the Matsik Camaro. Yes, looks like McLean will be given the solo for the qualifying run.
Would you rather have a solo run or someone beside you, Bushy? What would be the what would most people rather? Obviously, it comes back to the individual.
Yeah, in qualifying, I suppose it doesn't really matter. You know, you're focusing on yourself anyway, making sure you do all the right things. 009 on the tree, and a 10.87 with a 2 at 124. Of course, coming to eliminations, depending where you can get a solo run, is helpful.
Yes, for sure.
Especially that
that's a tick the box moment
yeah,
there.
especially the semi-finals.
Yes.
That's always a good one because you get to check your dial in if you choose to.
And that obviously and this is my stupid brain ticking over. That only happens when we've got an odd number.
Yes.
Of
or a breakage, I guess, in the burnout or something like that.
Yes. Yep.
So. All right.
Cracking conditions here in Western Sydney. She's bumped up to just on 22. But I'm telling you, to be hotter in that sun standing out there. And especially standing around the track where the heat's coming off that racetrack as well.
Yeah, or radiant heat off the racetrack and all the hard surfaces.
And it's supposed to get to about 30 degrees from about 2 o'clock onwards. So that's certainly going to play a part with these races later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I think so. It's certainly warm for our spring, isn't it?
Yeah, at the business end of the championship day.
Yes. Ford Cortinas everywhere, Stuart, on the start line. Peter Giddens in the gold version. And David Matasevic in the black version. Both of the 347 wins are on board.
Only ever drove a Ford Cortina once. Coming up to a T intersection, the brake pedal went to the floor.
Oh, that's no good.
But we got around the corner, and thank goodness there was nothing coming. Good race on track, though. Give it to the Rocket Lane, 10.61 at 127, compared to the Aeroflow with an 11.16 at 121.
I suppose that's the thing with the brake failure, Stu. You probably don't get much warning that's going to happen because the previous time you put the foot on the brake, everything's fine. Yeah, okay.
Lucky I was out on country roads in country Victoria.
Yeah, so what you're saying is the person that tried to bump you off didn't do a good enough job?
No. No, he did not. He was sitting beside me.
Oh my God, well, that's not a very smart move, is
No.
it? Mark Hopkins in the Tirana taking on Bruce Ritchie in the big Chevy Bel Air. Hopkins away with an 0.54.
Great race.
That big block just getting around at the top end, a little bit over 100th of a second across the finish line. You were spot on picking that at half track. And
well, it helps when you've got timing right in front of you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Don't give away our secrets.
And my glasses are working.
Are they new spectacles?
Since last time I've seen you, yes,
yeah,
Bushy.
They look good.
Nothing wrong with the old ones I had. I just wanted to change it up.
Yeah, no, they look good. Peter Villaris in the Aeroflow lane in his Ford Falcon, taking on Jeff Goodwin in the Holden Monaro.
Yeah, here at the venue. Make sure you slip, slop, and slap.
Correct, yes. Good idea. There's usually the track shop is open at the top of the stairs there. They've got all sorts of bits and pieces. A hat, caps, shirts, all sorts of bits and bobs up there.
The old Falcon was all over the shop, leaving the start line. A 10.93 at 126 for Goodwin, compared to Villaris, a 12.76 at 103. Not only should you slip, slop and slap, drink plenty of water as well if you can. This is the Super Street, 23 entries. Qualifying session number 2, Brett Stutchbury in the Aeroflow lane in the Holden Commodore up against Mark Roberts in the Rocket lane, Ford Falcon. Stutchbury 049 compared to Roberts with a 433. Roberts coming back. Gets the win at a 10.92 at 137 compared to Stutchbury at 11.34 at 117. So, Super Sedan up next. That was Super Street done for qualifying session number 2. Super Street done, as I said. Super Sedan for qualifying session number 2. 11 vehicles. Jim Denaro out there in the Ford Cortina in the Aeroflow lane up against Sean Maher in the Rocket lane in the HB Tirana.
Now these two raced each other. That first pair out for the first round of qualifying, left with a 014, basically a heads-up race. They both left with an 014. Oh, and Maher leaves this time with a perfect reaction time, 000 on the tree. Denaro left behind with an 054. I say that with tongue-in-cheek, of course.
Because didn't last time, did they
They
race
were identical last time, yes.
014.
014. So Sean's definitely got his eye in on that Christmas tree today. 920 with a 3. 146 through the finish line will take it. Next up, we'll have Niall Mitchell in the Holden Gemini for Wicked Customs and Restos, taking on a Nathan Watt for Grant's Performance. Watt in the Rocket lane. .013 on the tree for Watt. The car leaving very nicely away from the start line. 132 with a 9. Runs on through for a 921. 146 to a 1027 at 127 for the Gemini. Another 000, this one belonging to Andrew Little. That's 2 this round.
What's the most you've seen in a day, Bush?
3, I think, from memory. And the Camaro takes the win as well. 959 with a 3 at 139. Super Sedan races on fire here this morning. Might not sound like a big deal, but we've got racers that have raced for 30 and 40 years and never done it. It's one of the big challenges of drag racing. 063 to an 024. The Tirana in the Rocket lane out in front of the Cortina. And he'll run on through first for a 9.21 at 1.44 to a 9.58 at 1.39 there for Bilby in the Cortina. Next up, we'll have Joe Zammit in the aeroflow lane, taking on Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. Cowie with a 189 red light. The car probably as wide off the start line as I've seen it, moving right over to the centre line and runs on through for a 9.15 at a 150 mile an hour to a 10.06 at 132 for Joe Zammit in the airflow lane there. Next up, we're going to move into Super Gas, and we've got Joe Catanzariti in the airflow lane taking on Vince Panetta. Panetta in the rocket lane. Of course, these cars running the fixed index 990. So we'll see on both these cars the throttle stop that both Stu and I were talking about in the first round of qualifying. The cars will leave the start line and then almost look like they stall. There we go. And then off again. So there's a good 1.5-ish second delay there by just me counting it. And a 988 with a 4 to a 988 with a 7. 016 on the tree for Catanzariti and an 007 red for Panetta. There's Anthony Panetta in the rocket lane now. Leaves with an 017 as well. 159 to the 60. And through the finish line with a 989 with a 7. Those 3000s too quick. Of course, looking for that 990.
Bushy, with these, especially these cars that are coming out now, the Super Gas, obviously I'd be thinking they'd be doing a fair bit of work maybe, or a maintenance after each run. Time-wise, does that allow them to be able to turn around because of the number of entries we have for the day overall?
Well, I mean, the Super Gas cars as well, I mean, most of the cars here today would be, I'll use the word used to doing rounds and having to quick turnaround. So they're generally built with low maintenance in mind. You know, a lot of the cars, they all run radiators and all that sort of thing. So, you know, to do the turnaround in most weather conditions is somewhat doable. We don't have many or any cars that I've seen here so far today that have like a clutch setup where you have to, you know, basically pull the clutch out of the car and readjust it and do all those sorts of very time-consuming maintenance, which would make it very difficult to do runs back-to-back. So, you know, being a bracket meet, most of the cars are built to do back-to-back runs effectively.
Yeah.
So between round maintenance, they might check, obviously, fuel, put fuel in it, check the plugs if they've got time, just, you know, a bit of a once-over on certain things. If they're trying at different things, you know, different shift points and that sort of thing, they can make those changes in their you know, delay boxes and or, you know, chips for shift lights and all that sort of thing, depending on what they're trying to achieve. But I'd say on the whole, Stu, they're probably fairly low maintenance between the rounds. Well, they hope anyway.
Yeah.
Doesn't always work that way, but that's where you need the good crew to be able to step up when they do have to get stuff done. 060 on the tree for the altered. Holden 202 in the Rocket Lane, but Gary Franks in the Mustang will take the win. 785 with a 2, 172 mile an hour through the finish line to a 1087 with a 1 at 124. Next up, we've got a pair of front engine dragsters on the start line. And we've got Alison Stewart in the Rocket Lane. She's taking on George Bukareshvili for Race Max Direct in the Rocket Lane. A little bit of something left on the start line from the Mustang. Start line officials quickly on the case to mop that up. Stewart sitting third in the championship so far this weekend. Stewart away with a 071 light, and Bukareshvili with some issues. That car is normally bulletproof. Not quite sure what's gone on there for George. The car just rolling away from the start line. Stewart runs through for an 855 at 151. And no time recorded there for George. Next up, Lee Hartle-Law taking on Gregory Hannaford. Hannaford from Greystanes, just down the road. Hartle-Law from Silverdale. A little bit further afield, but not too far. .024 on the tree for Lee Hartle-Law. Hannaford with an 026 red. And an 801 with a 1. 166 for the Roadster. To an 1185 at 109 for the Topolino.
Chelsea Smith comes out in the Aeroflow lane, the modified dragster, up against Lou Carpanato. Did I get that right, Bushy?
Close. I say Carpanato, but anyway.
Carpanato?
But, I mean, I could be wrong too.
That's
it
all right.
won't be the first time.
Yes.
Carpanato running for Platinum Powder Coating, Mixed Metal Roofing, Race Max Direct. Arndell Park Auto Electrical, Motorsport Connections, BK Race Engines, Dave Stevens Race Cars, and Advanced Product Design. That's a full list of sponsors there. There is no more space in our computer system to list anymore. We've actually even doubled up. There's two on one line there.
One line, yeah.
Smith's list of sponsors pretty healthy too. Lucas Oils, Liquid Clothing, Tony Smash Repairs, and JM Auto Repairs. Fantastic to see all those companies following Chelsea into a modified Eliminator. Of course, did run Junior Dragster for many years. Recently getting her license in this rear engine Dragster. Pair of red lights on the tree. Caponado 005 went 102 to the 60 in the altered and runs on through for a 727 with a 0, 165 miles an hour to a 779 with a 3 at 172 for Smith in the aeroflow lane. Now Caponado's car ran a bunch quicker in the first round of qualifying, so that might just prove tricky if they've got to pick a dial in. I guess it will depend on how they go in that third round of qualifying. Looks like Ray Fairfield will go on a solo here to complete the second round of qualifying for Modified Eliminator. Of course, Ray ran a turbocharged 6-cylinder Falcon for many, many years. Recently taking the step into the altered. Goes 061 on the tree. And an 840 at 147 through the finish line. We're moving now into Top Sportsman. And we've got Joe Gadolari in the aeroflow lane, taking on Gregory Fowler in the rocket lane. Now Fowler didn't get a run in the first round of qualifying. Something happened to the Chevy Beretta. He got pushed back. Oh, looks like we've got the track officials out on the racetrack in the rocket lane. Dare say they've noticed something out of the Fairfield altered at the bottom end when he's turned the car around.
Hats off to all the track officials. The way they get things sorted and done for everybody's safety. While that's just happening, we might take a quick break and come back with you shortly here at Sydney Dragway for the Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Championship, round number 7.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. 134646 for
Good side-by-side burnouts there from Lisa Sargent and Joe Sorbello. Sorbello in the Skyline. Didn't come out for the first round of qualifying. He did he? Oh, I didn't see it. Sargent with the 598 cube, big block Chev under the bonnet. Sorbello with the 388 cube LS2, but of course with the supercharger on board, looks like Sargent will take the win. 850 with a 0. 147 miles an hour through the finish line to an 895 with a 5. Next up, we have Josh Boscovich taking on Mark Philp. Philp in the VP Commodore running for West Slash out of Weewar. 632 cubes of Big Block Chev taking on 410 cubes of Fontana in the XA Coupe. Boscovich winning the track championship so far this season. This car running the Linko style transmission, where he plucks a gear for every gear. There's a lever, a separate lever for every gear. Loves the dry hop. It's nitrous assisted. Leaving the start line with an 076 light. Over towards the centre line for Boscovich, but stays in it. Goes an 853 with a 9, 157 miles an hour through the finish line to an 844 at 153. It's David Whitmore. Taking on Leo Georges. Georges in the airflow lane in the Ford Escort van. The Flying Carrot. .406 cubes of small block taking on 400 cubes of supercharged small block. The Escort just bumping into deep stage. And looks like Whitmore out in front, runs on through for a 796 with a 174 mile an hour run to an 898 with a 7 at 152 for the Escort. And looks like we've got Kid Hunter out now in the Hunter Engineering VL Calais. 414 cubes of turbocharged goodness under the bonnet for Perfection Automotive. Now, Kit did come out for the first round of qualifying, but unfortunately got pushed away down at the startup box. I don't know if the car had an issue. Car just idling up to the start line. Bumped into deep stage. Car standing straight up on the tyres and kit out of the throttle before half track. And rolls on through. He went 1-2-4 to the 60. And 4.82 to the 8th mile. 126 mile an hour. And it was rolling before that. Okay, I've just been informed we're about to go to, no. Looks like we've got Greg Sakaridis out in the startup box in his Ford Mustang. Twin turbo Hemi, 572 cubic inches, running for the ICE group. Greg out of Wollongong. This car is one serious piece of kit. Not sure what the team is going to be doing on this run, whether they're going to do a launch and a shut-off or whether Greg's going to run out the back door. If he chooses the latter, we're going to see hopefully something in the 5-second zone at 260-ish mile an hour.
Well, the pipe's out the side of it.
Yeah, the old bullhorns, mate. Just so effortless with this car. It's just...
So would you say with that type of burnout, do you reckon they're going to try and throw something at it?
Well, it certainly looked to be pretty serious, but I guess even if you're doing a 60-foot launch, you'd want to do what you'd be looking to do in any run. So, you know what I mean? Like, there's no point doing a short burnout if he's only going to do a quick launch and a rollout, because obviously it's that initial hit. And I mean, this car would make more horsepower probably than any track could handle in that configuration. So we were talking about boost controllers and ignition timers and all that sort of stuff before. This car would have all of that. So he would be leaving the start line on a reduced amount of boost. I'm going to put it that way because I don't know what sort of boost figures he's running, and I dare say it would be no man's land for most cars. So yeah, leaving the start line on reduced boost, there would be tuning in the computer, the ECU, that would then allow full boost at X amount of time, which would probably be where the car would be around about the 100-foot mark, and then we might see the car maybe brake traction, or you were going to see a lot of acceleration in the car at that point in time. So here we go, building boost on the start line. The car left reasonably well, and 105 to the 60-foot, and the car shut off at around about 100 foot from the start line, and still coast to a 1037. And we can see there, Stu, there's a lot of what looks to be like a tractor mark on the start line to about where Greg shut the car off.
Yep.
That's the dreaded thing called tyre shake, where the tyre tries to roll over itself, and can be caused by a number of different things. So, you know, wrong settings for the racetrack, not enough power, too much power, even down to wrong tyre pressures. So I dare say that's why Greg would have got out of the throttle. He's not going to achieve what he wanted to if he's going to run a full power pass, and that is actually quite a violent way to leave the start line, believe it or not. We've seen plenty of footage, not only from Sydney Dragway, but from cars around the world where they get the tyre shake and breaks all sorts of things. suspension, arms, four-link brackets, all that sort of stuff. Even where the suspension is fixed to the diff housing and that sort of thing. Not only that, we also see the drivers have been physically unwell from the violence of the tyre shake, and even knocked out in some instances, extreme instances, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. But
that it is.
It looks like we're about to get underway with the next round of Western Weekender Junior Dragster. Stu, we're going to throw
qualifying number 3.
Yeah, so the Junior Dragsters have put on a pretty good show so far this morning. And I bet you they're wanting to reaffirm what they've put down in terms of numbers already this morning. So this is the round where if you've changed something between round 1 and 2, you want to reconfirm your steps, hopefully get a number that's similar to either pass that you've put down.
It's go time.
Yep. Because what that's going to allow you to do is then pick a dial in quite a lot easier than if you've got 3 runs that are all over the shop. How's this for dedication? Benzi's just pointed out. Thomas, you're a champion. He's actually sitting in the stands of Garlett Raceway, NC,
North Carolina.
North Carolina, watching No Preps Kings race and also catching our feed at the same time.
Imagine being at a racetrack and watching a feed of something else.
Well, I guess
of motorsport.
I guess with the No Prep Kings, he's probably sitting there while they're doing their negotiations for who's racing who for what.
But as I said, imagine being at a motorsport event and then tuning in with something else on.
Yes.
Imagine if that ever happened.
Yeah, imagine commentating and doing that
too.
Like,
I couldn't believe that would happen.
There's nothing wrong with multitasking, is there, Stuart?
No, there's not, especially when you're watching the Maury Williams Memorial Race from Hanford Raceway in California, sprint car racing as well.
All right, on track now, Brianna Boscovich and Cade Fowler. Cade in the rocket lane, running for Fowler's transport. Boscovich in the aeroflow lane. 057 on the tree for Fowler. Boscovich just gets there first, though. 807 with a 9. 81 mile an hour through the finish line to an 829. 78 miles an hour. For Fowler in the rocket lane there. Next up, the Rafalo brothers. About to face off. Alex in the aeroflow lane and Zach in the rocket lane.
So with this being their 3rd run of the day, are they making big changes or are they making very minute changes?
I would say very minute, but that's me. I am very conservative generally. Although if the previous 2 runs have been a little bit sporadic, you probably do whatever you like. You'd want to be making sure that you fix the potential issue. Alex getting pretty keen on the start line there. 012 red. And a 796 with a 6. 81 miles an hour for him, but Zach almost bang on. 801 with a 7. 81 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, Jake McNamara and Piper Bennett. Bennett in the rocket lane running for Stratus form. In the McGee-powered junior dragster.
So Bennett currently runs 4th in the qualifying. McNamara 8th.
.024 in the tree for McNamara. He's out in front at the moment. And runs on through for an 8 flat. That's exactly what he wanted. 8.00 with a 0. 81 miles an hour through the finish line. Bennett did very well too. An 8.04 with a 9. Next up, Savannah Condello taking on Chloe Rako. Rako in the rocket lane. Condello in the aeroflow lane. .023 on the tree for Condello. And she gets there by 0.04 of a second through the finish line. 7.98 with a 5. 85 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 7.92 with a 2 at 82. Next up, we'll see Liam O'Neill in the aeroflow lane. I think for Princey Motorsports, Skips Fire Services, EA Traffic Solutions.
Up against Archie Boscovich. O'Neill currently 12th. Boscovich sits 10th in the qualifying order.
Triple 0 for Liam O'Neill. That's the 3rd for the day that we've seen across all categories. Just goes to show you can do it in any vehicle.
Correct. So 12.11 for O'Neill at 53 compared to an 8.65 at 76. Well done to Liam. Gets the magic number. Wonder if that's his first ever.
Not sure. We'd have to find out. Georgia Leifting and Zane Cordello. Leifting in the aeroflow lane. Condello in the rocket lane. .046 on the tree for Condello. And runs on through for a 9.07 with a 6. 71 miles an hour through the finish line. Leifting with an 8.79 at 74.
I'm going to say it is Liam's first because he's got out of the car, ran to his competitor, give him a hug. He's got the arms up in the air, so that's pretty cool. Well done, Liam.
Look,
see him, he's still pumped up.
He's
yeah.
pumped. No more Coke, Mum. No more Coke. No more soft drink. Done really well there, Liam. Congratulations, mate.
He's getting picked up by his competitor and everything. Celebrations all round. His dad making his way towards him.
Daniela Axiak taking on Harry Rako on the start line. Axiak in the airflow lane, running for Lush and you. Rako running for his mum and dad in the rocket lane. A little bit of smoke out of the car for Rako on the hit. 1:25 reaction time, but an 0.18 on the tree for Axiak. Axiak will run through for a 7.95. 82 miles an hour to a 7.96 with a 2 for Rako. Next up, we've got Jeffrey McNiff in the airflow lane. Taking on Jacob Longo in the rocket. McNiff in 12th qualifying position. Longo in 3rd. .061 on the tree for McNiff. 0.47 for Longo. McNiff will take the win. 8.39 with a 9. 77 miles an hour through the finish line to an 8.80 with a 1. 74 mile an hour for Longo in the rocket lane.
Just watching Liam in the Bandit heading back to his pit bay or through the chutes to go back out the back. He's still got a great big smile on his face. He's never ever gonna forget today for his first
perfect
number.
He's done something I've never done, but then I think it's fantastic to see that sort of excitement. You know, a goal achieved, and I think in some aspects it's unexpected to see that turn up. Like you don't go out there to get a 000 light. You might go out there to do I'll say a safe 030 or something like that. But I guess you just get after it that little bit more. And but like I said before, none of these cars have any sort of driver's aid in them. It's all done between the eye, the brain, and the foot. George Takalis taking on Taylor Smith now. Takalis in the airflow lane. Smith leaves with an 079 red light. And runs on through for an 817, 81 miles an hour. And Takalis a 12:27. Next up, Tegan Smith in the JM Auto Repairs Junior, taking on Charlotte Leifting for Speedflow Products, Imprint Industries, and Ice Slushy.
.015 for Smith.
Nice reaction time for Smith.
111 for Lifting. Smith gets it done with an 8065 at 79 compared to an 829 at 78.
Now, the good thing for Smith is that run was reasonably close to the only other run that she did. She had some issues in the first round of qualifying. So it's only got the 2 qualifying runs, but that car is pretty well sorted in terms of tune and whatnot. So hopefully she can pick a good dial in for the first round of racing. Next pairing out, we've got a pair of C Junior Dragsters. Johnny Lucci in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Jaden Bausanif. Bausanif running for North Rocks Auto Centre. Lucci there for Lucci Civil. Leaves with a 2:40 reaction time. And runs on through for a 12:21 with a 5. 51 miles an hour through the finish line to a 12:23 with an 8:52 for the rocket lane there. Well, I think that concludes the qualifying for the Western Weekend Junior Dragsters. The next time we see those competitors out, they will be racing in eliminations. While we pack up the safety equipment at the top end of the racetrack, we're going to have a few words from some of our sponsors. Stu and I will be back with you very shortly.
Bang Shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bang Shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Street Fighter qualifying session round number 3. Kicking off with Ryan Pettiford in the SSV wagon. Running for his pop, Alan White. I dare say Pop's been nice enough to donate the car for the day. Let Ryan thrash it and reduce the tyre, the kilometres on the rear tyres at least.
Or Pop doesn't know.
Yeah, no, he knows. I've seen him there. He's well aware. Taking on Charlie Boscovich in the rocket lane. These two racers have faced off plenty of times. Not in these cars, but plenty of times in juniors. And a 14:54, 98 miles an hour for Ryan in the aeroflow lane to a 15:20 at 87 mile an hour for Charlie there. Next up, Jack Matasevic taking on Jason Regent. Regent from Bonnells Bay in the BT50. Matasevic in the Falcon. Leafs with an 041 light. And a 14.20, 98 miles an hour through the finish line. To a 16.84, 81 miles an hour there for Regent in the rocket lane. Next up, we've got a pair of Falcons on the start line. Ben Roberts from Quakers Hill in the XR8. He's taking on Con Esther, also in the XR8. Roberts with the better reaction time of the two. Esther with the performance though, is driven around with a 14.03, 102 miles an hour through the finish line to a 14.55 at 96 miles an hour. Next up, Wayne Smith in the Club Sport taking on Denny Stadelmar in the AU Falcon. Smith at 003 on the Christmas tree. Nice light for him. Not sure if that AU is going to come around him at the top end. Doesn't get there.
He had a crack though.
Smith with a 13.48 to take the win. Next up, Scott Goodison and Don Zammit. Goodison in the grey Mitsubishi Legnum. Zammit in the blue Commodore. .100 light for the Commodore. And runs on through for a 13.02 at 109 to a 15.79, 87 miles an hour there for Goodison. Next up, Sean Darnell in the I-30 taking on Grant Law in the RAV4. Darnell out in front at the moment, left with an 0.53 light. And runs on through first for a 16.98, 81 miles an hour. To a 19.68 at 70 miles an hour for Law.
Muscat back in the Mini Cooper. Goes red with a 275.
Yeah, big red lot from Dave's standards, I'm sure. Usually very, very good on the Christmas tree.
15.9 at 89.
Looks like a Super Street, the next category up. We've got Craig Warren in the white Tirana, taking on Peter Giddens in the Ford Cortina. Giddens running for Street Neat Patent Panel. Warren running for Sydney Scrap Steel, Bills Mechanical and Power Plus. New South Wales. Both cars talking up to the right.
Both had a lot of attitude. 058 for Warren, Giddens with a 142. Give it to Warren with a 10.12 at 133 compared to 11.15 at 121. Next pairing, Guy Greenland in the Aeroflow lane up against Christian Norbergen in the Rocket lane. Good side-by-side race. Give it to Norbergen in the Rocket lane at a 10.76 at 125. Greenland a 10.82 at 127 in the Aeroflow lane.
Pair of Commodores on the start line, one being the Holden Monaro in the Rocket lane for Jeff Goodwin, the other being the VT Commodore for Adam Bowers in the Aeroflow lane. Both very experienced racers in this category. 030 on the tree for Bowers. Goodwin with the performance advantage though. Should take the win at the other end of the racetrack and runs on through for a 10.96 at 126 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.28 at 114. Next up, Chris Zammit and Martin Stevenson. Zammit in the Aeroflow lane in the black Commodore. Stevenson in the pedal van. The van away with an 073 red light. Will take the win at 10.56 with a 0, 127 miles an hour. To an 11.84 at 114. Next up, Dave Matasevic and Henry Spikak. Matasevic in the Cortina, Spikak in the utility. .069 on the tree for the Cortina. 0.37 for Spikak. Cortina with a performance advantage. 10.59 with a 7, 127 miles an hour through the finish line to a 12.10 at 117. Next up, Dave McLean and Tim Ritzrow. McLean in the Aeroflow lane running for Fowler's Family Racing. Morris at Batteries and Tyres away with an 020 light. Ritzrow with an 055 red. And a 10.88 with a 3 at 123 for McLean. to an 11.79.
Mark Elborn comes out in the HQ Ute in the Aeroflow lane up against Bruce Ritchie in the Chev Bel Air in the Rocket lane. .059 for Ritchie compared to a 132 for Elborn. Ritchie in that big Chev Bel Air does a 10.864 at 125, gets the win against the 12.44 at 107 for Elborn. Mark Hopkins back out here in the LX Tirana up against Alan Stevenson in the HB Tirana, is it? Just thank you, Bushy.
Teamwork makes the dream work, mate.
Yep. This is qualifying session number 3. Hopkins goes away on a 006, but in the red, compared to an 090 in the green for Stevenson. 10.82 at 124 for Hopkins, compared to 11.50 at 116 for Stevenson. Still Super Street on track. Brown versus Valaris.
Valaris way over to the wall on the hit. The car has moved around on every run that he's had so far. Good side by side, or look closer than that across the finish line. 12.17 with an 118 for Valaris to take the win, Stu, to Brown's charge in the Chrysler. Big burnout from Mark Roberts in the Falcon.
That's what I was thinking.
Heard the wastegate on that one, fluttering and letting all that boost out.
Up against Jim Raptis in the Tirana. Another good side-by-side race. 10.61 for Roberts at 137, compared to a 10.93 at 122 for Raptis. This is round number 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway.
Dennis Matzik in the Chevy Camaro. I'm not sure if he came out for the second round, but he had some issues in the first round of qualifying.
I actually think he didn't even get out for his second run, because I reckon he was in the Aeroflow lane.
Okay, well, at least he's banked one run. 10.60 with a 9, 126 miles an hour. To Brett Stutchbury's an 11.13 at 122.
For people that might have just turned up here to the racetrack or tuned in at home, this is qualifying session number 3. Once all qualifying's done, we will be into our racing and eliminations later this afternoon. Once qualifying is done, as we just have the red lights come on as our track walkers come out and just survey the rocket lane, there will be a bit of a track prep, and just by the run sheet there might be a little bit of a break before we start the eliminations at 2 o'clock. Cracking conditions here in Western Sydney, Bushy.
Yes, glorious spring day here. Barely a cloud in the sky. Not overly hot. Certainly not as hot as we've already seen.
No, it's going to be a cracking summer by the sound of it.
That's one way to put it. If you like hot, that is.
Yeah, correct. Super sedan.
Yes.
Come out onto the racetrack for their final qualifying session. Sean Maher was the first man to do a 000 today, I believe, wasn't he? Off the top of my head, come on, Bushy, back me up.
Yes.
Back me up.
Yes, sure. Yes. 100% he was.
Up against Jim Denaro in the Rocket Lane. Jim, the points leader, going into this weekend. Maher currently back in 10th.
Oh, Denaro goes 001.
And Maher does a 006. Great race.
918 with a 5, 147 miles an hour for Maher to take the win there. 938 with a 5 at 145 there for Denaro. I reckon Denaro wanted a piece of that pie, but missed it by 1,000th.
Missed it by that much?
Yep. That's about it too. Next up, Andrew Little taking on Niall Mitchell. Little also did the 000 light. The Chevy Camaro.
Both red light.
Went for another one, went 065 red. And a 955, 140 mile an hour through the finish line for the Camaro to a 1008 with a 7 at 129 for Mitchell in the Gemini. Pair of VLs about to do battle in qualifying. Nathan Watt in the black machine.
Up against Joe Zammit in the blue VL. .023 for Watt, but a 002 for Zammit. Watt goes down with a 917 at 147 compared to Zammit at 1003 at 133. Dave Gruber comes out in the LJ Tirana in the Aeroflow lane up against Ross Bilby in the Cortina in the Rocket lane. Super sedan. Class. Bilby's car went a little bit out to the right-hand side of the racetrack. Gruber goes red though at an 029, Bilby an 020. Give it to Gruber with a 919 at 145 compared to a 956 at 140. Just doesn't make sense what's come out in the Aeroflow lane.
No.
Purely and simple. Small block Chevy in a Suzuki Mighty Boy. Yes, that's what you just heard me say.
And it does everything right though. You think such a small car and such a big engine in comparison to what it had out of the factory, they would have been under a litre. I think they were like 990 cc's. Oh, I've given the commentator's curse. The car turns hard to the left on the hit. But he brought it back into the middle of the lane. A 921, 146 to a 1077 at 125 for for Blackburn in the Cortina.
Still a fair run with that reaction, 0.22, and then to see how much that car's moved across the racetrack, like from our vantage point, we can see the tyre marks. It went hard left straight away.
Yeah, there's nobody been out there yet.
Not that far anyway.
No.
So if it's done it twice, would you try and make the car maybe point to the centre line more?
Yeah, it could be as easy as just lining up a little bit differently. I mean, it looks like he was in the groove, so to speak. It's not like he had one. Usually when it turns like that, it'd have one tyre in the groove and the other one not. But
yeah, they were both in the both there. Supergas up next.
And we've got Joe Catanzariti taking on Anthony Panetta. Catanzariti in the aeroflow lane. The black Firebird. Panetta in the gold Holden Calibra. Pair of reds on the tree. 009 for the Firebird, 018 for the Calibra. And a 993 with an 8 to a 998 with a 5. Catanzariti took it by nearly 0.04 of a second. Next up, Vince Panetta on a solo from Brookvale and Northern Beaches. Running for straight line, paint and panel, the LX Tirana, 400 cube, small block Chev. .022 on the Christmas tree.
Nice little wheel stand too.
.986 with a 1, 150 through the finish line. Next up we see Kelsey Walford-Lay taking on the Lee Hassel-Law. Hardlaw in that yellow Roadster. The 440 cube Windsor on board. Walford-Lay running for Nectar Mortgages out of the ACT. 035 to a 009. Hardlaw with the 009. The cars side by side. 800s across the finish line. Walford-Lay takes it 7 at 9, a 0 with a 7. 161 mile an hour through the finish line to an 801 with a 4. 167 for Hardlaw. Fairfield car not wanting to fire up.
He's coming out now. Is there a certain amount of time you have back in the startup box? Or is it just sort of come back to the officials?
I think it just comes back to the officials and fairness from the racer, that if they're having issues and they've kept the other one waiting, then
too long,
too long, it might just
But there's no actual...
Not that I'm aware of. Comes down to sportsmanship, I guess. Pair of T-buckets on the start line. Holden 6-cylinder versus the small block Chev.
Red for Rightmaster, an 0.31 compared to Fairfall with an 0.13 on the green side. Shoots out real early. Does an 8.78 at 120. Does Fairfall in the rocket lane compared to a 10.94 at 124. Second last class for their qualifying session number 3 here at round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway. Good afternoon to the people here in the stands and people sitting at home wherever you are in this wide world. 0.42 for Davies in the rocket lane compared to a 1.64 for Hannaford in the aeroflow lane. An 8.257 at 162 for Davies compared to an 11.81 at 109.
Next up, a pair of front engine dragsters. We saw this at the last round of qualifying. Although let's hope that Bukareshvili in the rocket lane has his issue fixed because the car actually just rolled away from the start line. Taking on Alison Stewart in the airflow lane for Welsh Family Racing.
Both red light. 009 compared to a 007.
And Bukareshvili through the finish line, 7.85 with a 4, 172 miles an hour. To an 8.55 with a 9 at 151. Next up, we've got Gary Franks in the Ford Mustang, running the big block Chev 582 cube power plant, running for Scorpion Racewear, Oz Coil, Cool Shirt Systems, and Kuiper Race Engines. Gary from West Hoxton, just down the road from Sydney Dragway. Taking on Chelsea Smith. It's running for JM Auto Repairs, Lucas Oils, Liquid Clothing, and Tony's Smash Repairs. Chelsea from Albion Park. Down in the Illawarra region, New South Wales.
I do love watching the different teams or how they do different things and whatever, just trying to see what everybody does. Oh, 001 for Franks. Smith with an 051. Give it to Smith, a 773 at 173 compared to Franks, a 787 at 172. great side-by-side racing there, Bushy.
Certainly only about 800s across the finish line between the two. Good pass. That's Lou Caponado out for the solo. Team just adjusting the wheelie bar. Went into the 6-second zone in the first round of qualifying. Slowed to a 7:20 in the second. .023 on the tree. 103 to the 60. The car straight down the centre of the lane. 682 with a 6. 199 miles an hour through the finish line. Oh. How did he get around that bottom end there? The chute did not blossom for Caponado, and I just looked at the camera over the sand trap, and it was locked up going speedway style around the bottom end. Didn't want to go into the sand. Of course, only with brakes on the rear. Yes, Panel Van Man, that's one of our quickest modified eliminated cars out of Sydney. I dare say his heart rate would have been up trying to get that car stopped.
So, top sportsman, Whitmore, Sargent. 0.72 for Whitmore, 0.37 for Sargent in the rocket lane. Whitmore gets there with a 7.97 at 173 compared to an 8.46 at 160 mile an hour. So this is the final qualifying group.
Mark Philp going through his burnout procedure in the Holden Commodore. 632 cube big block Chev on board for him. And 406 cubes of small block in the Escort van for Leo Georges. Georges running for Rocky Lamatina and Sons, Queanbeyan Engine Services, Asset Arborist, and Askanov Constructions. Dragway first with the red light, 171 red. Philip with an 072 green light. And the Commodore takes it 840 with a 7, 159 through the finish line. To an 889 with the 7 at 153 for Georges in the rocket lane. Next up, Joe Gattalari taking on Joe Sorbello. Gattalari in the VL Commodore, Sorbello in the Datsun Skyline. Gattalari for the Mob Detailing, the Motor Oil Store and Exclusive Transport. Sorbello for Slingshot Converters and Team Karam. 028 on the tree for Gattalari. Out in front of the Skyline will take the win. 855 with a 2 at 159. To an 895 with a 6 at 155 for Sorbello. Next up, we've got Kit Hunter in this gorgeous VL Calais for 14 cubes of turbocharged goodness under the bonnet for Perfection Automotive. Taking on Josh Boscovich in the XA Coupe. The nitrous-assisted Fontana with the Linko transmission. So he pulls the lever for every gear that he gets. Boscovich over towards the wall, Hunter towards the center line. The VL with the performance advantage, 793 with a 3, only 120 mile an hour through the finish line.
I noticed then for Hunter, once he went into full stage, then the top light started flashing. What's that mean?
So it means he's starting to roll through the beams in that you can race still with the top white completely out. That's what they call deep stage, but doesn't want to go too much further than that because then he rolls the beams all together and then doesn't get a time. So that car being turbocharged is up on the converter on the trans brake, holding the boost on the start line, and that's the issue. Sometimes he can drives through the converter. Now he was out of that throttle well early. It was 153 mile an hour to half track. All right, next up, Greg Sakaridis and Gregory Fowler. Fowler in the Chevy Beretta in the rocket lane. 632 cube big block. Probably more your typical top sportsman car when you compare what's in the airflow lane. Sakaridis' car capable of running deep into the 5-second zone. And we talked about between round maintenance, and I dare say the Sakaridis has probably got the highest between round maintenance here today.
Can actually still see the tyre shape marks on the left-hand side from his previous attempt. doesn't want to do that again.
No, but that's probably why he's here, to get some laps in, get some track time. Fowler away nicely with an 016 light. Sakarides on the two-step. The car driving over towards the wall, but out of the throttle just past half-track. Went 390, 197 miles an hour to half-track. Shut it off there and has rolled through for a 674 at 127 miles an hour. Greg Fowler in the rocket lane there. Nice pass for him. 760 with a 6 at 180 miles an hour. So I dare say the Mauler team would be pretty happy with that, Stu.
Yeah, they looked happy once he shut it off. There's a few guys clapping down there, and so that is qualifying done for round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway. I can see track officials making their way off the racetrack to go and have some lunch.
Yep.
So I'd say we'd be down for how long, do you reckon, Pushy?
Usually half an hour to 45 minutes thereabouts. So I'm guessing around that sort of time frame. So take the opportunity to rehydrate if you're out in the pits. Great, there's plenty of food options available. We've got a couple of the food stalls up the top of the grandstand there at the northern end of the mound, and also if you're down in the pits, of course, the Pit Stop Cafe is open with plenty of hot food and drinks. And
for the people that are sitting out there in the grandstand, your ticket allows you to walk down in around the pit area, so you can make your way around there and have a look at the race cars. That's one of the best things about drag racing, is your ticket gets you into the pit area, so you can go for a walk down around there. And people watching online, will be, as Bushy said, we'll be back maybe in 30 to 45 minutes with the full racing for the day starting in the eliminations. So as I said, we are here for round number 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very, very soon. So welcome back to round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway. Super Street up, or the Go Logistics Super Street up first. Elimination time, so I've been told. If it is not the case, we do apologise. So Chris Zammit gets the win. And that ticked over real quick. Apologies there. David Maskovic up against Guy Greenland. Greenland in the rocket. Matosevic in the Aeroflow lane in the Cortina. .008 for Greenland in the VX Bellina wagon. Gets beaten with a 10.671 at 126 from Matosevic, compared to that 11.12 at 128. So Super Street on track. Alan Stevenson in the Tirana, I believe it is, down there, up against Jeff Goodwin in the Monaro. Red light for Stevenson. 145, hands the win to Goodwin. Goodwin still does a reasonable time, 11.035 at 120. Peter Giddens in the Cortina up against Henry Spikak in the Holden Ute. .059 for Spikak compared to a 121 for Giddens. Oh, now the Ute jumped on the anchors.
It's still gone too fast.
Too fast. His time was a 12.13. His dial in and he went 12.118. Lost it. So Mark Hopkins up against Peter Valaris. Hopkins in the Aeroflow. Valaris in the Rocket lane. Some of us were back on time. Others had a longer lunch break than others. Welcome back, Stephen Bush.
Thanks very much, Stu McCarthy. I was chatting with one of our sponsors here, Simpson Race Products, Greg from Simpson's.
I seen where chatting or getting measured up.
Both.
Got you, Bushy.
So sorry about that, Stu.
It's fine, Bushy. Under control. The big Falcon. Gonna get the win. Hopkins 003 red.
Yeah, Hopkins was winning our championship, wasn't he?
Yes.
So unfortunately for him, it's going to make it difficult for him to. He's not going to get any points for today's efforts. But Peter Villaris will move on to the next round.
He is gone. G-O-N-E. He won't be happy with that.
Nope. Next up, Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel Holden Tirana. He's taking on Mark Roberts in the Murrumbina Alpacas XR6 Falcon. 10.50 the dialing for the Falcon. Warren has given away a little bit on the start line. And will not take the win. A little bit of an upset in that race too, Stu. 10.59 with an 8.130 107.9 miles an hour for Roberts to take the win. Next up, we've got Bruce Ritchie in the Chevy Bel Air. Dialed in with a 10.90 because to dial in a self-nominated handicap system in Group 3 racing. Tim Ritzrow, he's dialed in with an 11.85, Stu. So that means he's going to leave by near enough to a second before the Bel Air. There we go, 0.94 on the tree for the Bel Air to a 1.74 for the Commodore, meaning that the Bel Air has a 0.08 of a second advantage. Both cars going under the nominated handicap, so double breakout, but Bruce Ritchie went under by the least. Got there first by 94 ten-thousandths of a second, so absolutely nothing. Broke out by the least, and then is awarded the win.
So if you're going to break out, that's what you want. You want the other car to break out with you.
Yes, well, you want where it becomes a little bit of a game, if you like, at the other end. You need to be as close to your competitor as possible, because if you go under, you're pushing them to go under as well, potentially. So this is where the reaction times become so much more important in an elimination/racing point of view, where in qualifying it doesn't really matter. The reaction time does not affect your ET or the time that you record. It's more about in racing that, because there is that handicap, if we're both racing, Stu, and I pick up 0.2 of a second on the Christmas tree, that's 0.2 of a second advantage that I have over you that you need to try and make up at the other end.
To make the difference.
So Dave McGlynn and Christian Norbergen now doing battle. I think these two raced each other at the last round of the championship, because I remember thinking there's going to be a HQ win, and that's exactly what we're going to get here. McGlynn dialed in with a 10.85. He's in the Aeroflow lane, and a 10.75 for Norbergen. But a 0.006 on the tree for McGlynn. He's got 0.09 of a second up his sleeve. Not too much in this one at the other end, and McGlynn will take it. Only 0.04 across the finish line. 10.93 with a 4.117 will take it. Norbergen with a 10.79. Next up, we've got Dennis Matzik. And Brett Stutchbury. Matzik in the Camaro, 10.55 the dial in. He'll be just chasing Stutchbury, dial in with an 11.10. Stutchbury with an 0.86. The Camaro with an 0.96. Anybody's race at the finish line. I think the Commodore out in front. Yes, 11.19 with a 6 on 11.10. Got there by 0.06 of a second. There's been some tight racing so far already, Stu.
It certainly has, Bushy, in this first lot of eliminations for the afternoon. For round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship here at Sydney Dragway. Single pass, is it? Yep. For Martin Stevenson. Got a 10.55 dial in and a HQ panel van. Or as the big sticker says on the back, drag van.
Correct. Does pretty well considering it's moving a lot of air. And runs on through for a 10.62 with a 6 at 126 miles an hour through the finish line. Well, strangely enough, we've got 2 solos. Jim Raptis in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.90 in the Holden Tirana. Leaves with a 1.81 red light, but doesn't matter, he's on his own. And runs on through for a 10.94 with a 3, 121 miles an hour. Now in Super Sedan, we've got Graham Blackman and Joe Zammit. Blackman in the Cortina dialed in with a 10.79.
So Blackman sitting 6th in the points, whereas Zamet's 2nd in the points going into this weekend.
Two pretty experienced racers. Just waiting on Zamet to bump in now. 10.03 his dial in. Blackman away with a 4.88 rather. Joe Zamet with a 3.05. So he has nearly 2 tenths up his sleeve. And Zamet will take it at 10.16 with a 127 miles an hour.
Andrew Little comes out in the 67 Chev Camaro with a dial-in of 9.59 up against Ross Bilby in the Ford Cortina with a 9.6. Pretty much both leaving the start line together.
Yeah, we're not going to pick that.
No.
Us 3/4 blind people up here. 007 to an 090. Little is on fire this weekend. Already did a 000. And a 966 with a 3 on a 959 for Little will take the win. Bilby with another 966 on his 960. He didn't have a bad run either.
In the rocket lane.
Yes.
Yep. Very close to his dial-in time.
Yep. Either of those packages together would have been more than enough to win, except they were just together.
Sean Maher comes out in the Tirana in the Aeroflow up against David Gruber in the Rocket Tirana.
Maher dialed in with a 919 to a 920 for Gruber. So again, another virtually heads-up race on the start line. 037 to an 043. 6 thousandths in the start line between the two. And Maher will take it 923 with a 2 on his 918, 145 mile an hour. 300ths of a second across the start line there.
Can't complain with this first lot of racing in this elimination for both divisions so far. The Go Logistics Super Street that we've already done, but now we're in the Super Sedans. Nathan Watt out there in the VL Commodore up against Niall Mitchell in the Holden Gemini. Mitchell with a dial-in 10 and Watt with a 9.18. Big red light for Mitchell. 271 hands the win to Watt. Good reaction time, 035. Ends up doing a 923 at 145 compared to Mitchell, a 1036 at 128.
Next up, Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. Dialed in with a 915. Running for Cowie Signs, he's taking on Jimmy Denaro in the Ford Cortina. Running for Denaro Race Chassis, Western Auto Picks, and 1320 Web Design. 937 the dial in for the Cortina. So the Mighty Boy will have to do the chasing. Denaro, a very tough racer here, has been cutting pretty good lights all morning so far. And there's another one, 010 on the Christmas tree. 096 for Cowie. The Cortina out in front and takes the win. 944 with a 3 on a 937. We'll move into the next round. Cowie, a 922 with a 1 at 144 on his 915. So only 0.08 of a second between those two cars across the finish line. Okay, it looks like our junior dragsters will be our next category out. Now, as I just said, Stewie, was down in the pits talking to Greg from Simpson Race Products, and their stand, if you are interested, is located at the western side of the scrutineering shed. Greg's got a reasonable stock there of most of the products which he sells, and if he doesn't have them with him, he can certainly order them in for you,
yes.
without too much drama. Of course, the Simpson product is a fantastic product with many years of product development behind all of the products that you see on display down there now. And it's fantastic to have Greg on board at Sydney Dragway as a venue sponsor as well. So I hope that if you are in the in need for any safety equipment, whether you're either upgrading, changing classes, or just replacing stuff that's a bit worn.
Outdated.
Yep, or outdated. Go down there and see Greg and give him a chance to help you out. I'm sure it'd be much appreciated. So it looks like the junior dragsters, as I said, our next category out. There was 23 of them entered here today. I think we've, strangely enough, had one or two pull out of racing for the day, which is very unusual. The cars are normally very consistent and very reliable in most cases. So Tegan Smith and Charlotte Leifting to do battle now. Smith in the aerofoil lane. She's dialed in with an 8.06. She only got the 2 qualifying runs in. She had some issues in the first round of qualifying this morning. Got pushed back. So the 8.06 closer to her slower run that she did in qualifying. Leifting dialed in with an 8.28, which means she'll have near enough to a 2/10 head start on the yellow car. Leifting's qualifying not as smooth as she probably would have liked. There was 2 runs that were pretty close together, and then a third one which was a good 8/10 slower. So I guess you scratch that out of your selection, if you like. .021 on the tree for Leifting. 0.56 for Smith. And Smith will take the win. 8.18 with a 4, 74 mile an hour. To an 8.47 with a 5 on an 8.28 for Leifting. Just running a little bit away from that dial-in. But only 300ths across the finish line, so still not a very big margin.
Not at all.
Next pairing out, Daniela Axiak and Jacob Longo. Longo in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.70 for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. Daniela Axiak dialed in with a 7.94. Of course, these cars have an 8.0 cutoff in qualifying, but they can go 7.90 in racing. Axiak, our points leader at the moment by 40 points. So she's building a good little margin over Zane Condello. Longo's in 4th position with 340.
And when you look at that, she hasn't actually won a round. She's had a couple of seconds.
Yes.
But consistency, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, scoring points each time you come to the racetrack. Longo away with a 1.21, Axiak with a 1.19, so only 2,000ths in the start line. Be anybody's race at the finish line. And it's not going to be Longo's day. Takes an 8.87 with a 2 on an 8.70. And Axiak an 8.08 with a 3, 77 mile an hour to take the win. Georgia Leifting now, 8.77 her dial-in. Running for Speedflow Products and Print Industries McGrath's meets Ice Slushy, Aquabliss Candles, and the Claire Bear Swim School. Taking on Zach Raffalo, who's dialed in with a 7.98. Running for Sydney Waterscapes.
Georgia gets away with an 0.82 compared to Zach with a red light 0.56. Hands that win to Georgia Lefting with a 8.90 at 71 compared to that 8.06 at 80.
Next pair out will be Jeffrey McNiff in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.40, running for St Mary's Engines. Piper Bennett in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.03 for Stratus Form in her McGee Power Junior Dragster. So McNiff will get around about 4/10 of a second head start. Bennett will have to chase him down. 0.61 red for McNiff. 2.02 green for Bennett. Going to take the win and move into the next round.
This is the time you don't want to go red.
First round, no. There's never a good time to go red, but I think as a racer, the first round is no good. George Takalis from Wetherill Park in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 11.98, taking on Alex Ruffalo, who's dialed in with a 7.97. So near enough 4 seconds head start going to Takalis in the airflow lane. Ruffalo will have to be patient here, Stu.
Yeah, don't want to have an itchy right foot.
No, no. We're talking about running the quarter mile before. I think for me, the longest handicap I had was 12 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Still relatives. 6, 8, 7 reaction time for Takalis. Ruffalo has a bunch up his sleeve. He should probably pass him fairly easily and rolls out of the throttle, runs an 8.18 with a 7, 78 miles an hour through the finish line to take the win and move into the next round. Takalis a 12.28 with an 8. Savannah Condello from Barrack Heights, dialed in with an 8 flat. She's taking on Liam O'Neill. So again, we see around a 4-second head start going to
Liam,
the slower car. So O'Neill dialed in with a 12.07, running for EA Traffic Solutions. O'Neill's thrown the red light, 005. Condello, 009 green on the other side. She's basically got a free run here and runs on through for an 8.07 with a 7. 82.6 miles an hour.
So remember last time out in the qualifying 3, Liam O'Neill did the perfect.
Yes.
Missed it by 005, 5 thousandths.
Yep, it was pink, as we say.
Yeah. But that's racing, Bushy.
It is. You got to try these things every now and then. And you got to have a crack at that Christmas tree.
So Zane Condello comes out in the aeroflow lane up against Archie Boscovich in the rocket lane. Boscovich with a dial-in of 8.63. Condello with a 9.08.
Waiting on Condello to move into full stage. Leaves first, goes 0.59 on the tree to an 0.48 for Boscovich. This should be a tight one at the finish line. And Boscovich will take it 8.79 with a 6.74 miles an hour through the finish line. 0.02 of a second across the finish line, the margin. Next up, Taylor Smith. And Jaden Bownasif. Oh, I struggle with that so much. It's not Smith and Jones, is it? Sorry,
Why
Jaden.
not?
Sorry, Jaden. I'm trying my best, mate. 8.15 the dial in for Smith. 12.0 the dial in for Bownasif. 1.16, red for Jaden in the rocket lane. So Smith with the free shot. And runs on through for an 8.17, 80 mile an hour for Smith in the airflow lane. Next pairing out, Chloe Reiko taking on Johnny Lucci. Reiko dialed in with a 7.94 in the aeroflow lane. Running for mum and dad. Lucci in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 12.21. So Lucci's going to have over 4 seconds head start here. Running for Lucci Civil. Both races in there now. Lucci away with a 2.15 reaction time. 0.68 on the tree for Reiko. And Reiko takes the win. 8.01 with a 9, 80.8 mile an hour through the finish line. Lucci with a 12.28. So only just off the dial-in, Stu, but I think gave away a little bit too much in the start line.
Can't afford to do that sometimes.
No. Harry Reiko now. Also running for mum and dad, dialed in with a 7.96. Those two cars pretty much identical in their ETs. Harry will be chasing Brianna Boscovich. Running for Bosco Racing. Brianna's dialed in with an 8.05. Only about 1/10 of a second between the two. Harry sitting 7th in the point score. Brianna down. Brianna is in 6th. So Pretty close on the overall championship for this series. Just waiting on the tree to count down. As I said, not much in the dial-ins, but Boscovich with an 074 red light, handing Harry the win. So both the Rayco cars through to the next round. And Branner runs through for an 852 with a 854 with a 2, beg your pardon, 79 miles an hour. Our number 1 qualifier in Junior Dragster here today, Jake McNamara. Hits the solo. It's an uneven number of cars in the field. He ran 8 flat in qualifying, which is bang on his, I'll use the word index for his category, an A Junior Dragster.
All these kids do a fantastic job on and off the racetrack.
That they do, the parents as well, for bringing them along and putting in the effort and the funds to allow their offspring to do this is pretty cool. 022 on the tree for Jake. Let's see if he can back up that 800. There's 810 with a 4, so a little bit off the pace, off the qualifying pace, I'll say. Whether that was intentional, I don't know, but
I guess being the number 1 qualifier, you just need to get that time and don't break out. If he had broke out, was he stays in.
All he has to do, he doesn't even have to accept the green. All he has to do is start the car up and move out of the startup box effectively.
Wow.
There was a time where you had to actually accept the green.
Yep.
But I don't believe you even have to do that anymore.
There you go. Street Fighter up next. That was our Western Weekend Junior Dragsters.
All right, so what we might do, Stu, is we'll throw to a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and Stu and I will be back with you very, very shortly. Here at round number 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series, Sydney Dragway.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. But how would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
So Street Fighter make their way out onto the racetrack. Jason Regent in the BT50 up against David Muscat in the Mini Cooper. Regent with a 16.73 dial in and Muscat with a 15.90 dial in. Regent with a 180, Muscat a 143. Give the win to Muscat with a 16.048 at 83. And Regent with a 16.94 at 80. Scott Goodison. He'll be in the Aeroflow lane up against Ryan Pettiford in the Rocket lane. Pettiford with a 14.6 and Goodison with a 15.75 dial in. He'll be close at the line, but I reckon Pettiford's going to get the job done, and he does with a 14.64 at 87 miles per hour compared to the 15.86 at 86. This is our Street Fighter category. Grant Law comes out in the RAV4 up against Charlie Boscovich. 19.5 is the dial in for Law. Boscovich with a 15.3. 009 for Law. 061 for Boscovich at the tree. Boscovich round the outside. Gets the job done with a 16.101 at 67 compared to Law with a 29.5 at 62. Next two, Jack Matazovic up against Ben Roberts. Both in Falcons. Aeroflow lane of Matazovic gets the job done with a 14.48 at 87 compared to a 14.77 at 97. Danny Stadelmeyer in the Falcon up against Don Zammit in the Commodore. Zammit with a 13.04 compared to Danny's 13.40 dial in. So Zammit, if he wants to get the win, he's going to have to drive around the outside.
Round the outside, round the outside. One of those cars out of the throttle. Who was it? I think both cars. Oh,
Yeah.
no. Yeah, Danny's out of the throttle by a second, so...
Yep, so Zammit got the win. Sean Dartanel comes out in the Hyundai i30 up against Con Esther in the Falcon. 14 for Esther and a 16.89 for Dartanel for the dial in.
Dartanel away with a 2.03. A 3.48 for Esther in the Rocket lane. The Hyundai might just take this one out, Stu. The Falcon closing at a great rate of knots. Esther gets there first, but breaks out by a thousandth of a second. Went 13.99 with a 9 on a 14 flat. I didn't see the brake lights come on either, just quietly.
No. Because I reckon he had the red rag to the bull. He's like, I need to chase down this i30.
A thousandth of a second, you'd be spewing. I know I broke out by 7 thousandths twice to the same competitor, different times, after waiting 12 seconds.
Wow.
Yep.
Wayne Smith out there in the Club Sport, 13.45 as his dial in. Goes under it with a 13.433 at 101.
Looks like the Super Gas NX category out, Stu. the Panetta brothers on the start line. Vince in the airflow lane. This gorgeous Holden Tirana.
So this is their semi-final, because there's only the 3 competitors.
Yes, I thought they might have run Chicago Shootout, which is what they've done in the past, but does not appear to be. So that means that Gadlari's going to, not Gadlari, Catanzariti, Joe Catanzariti will be in the final with whoever wins this race.
One, yes.
And it will be Vince Panetta. Anthony left the 023 red light on the tree. The Tirana will be taking on the Pontiac in the final. 999 with a 5. So only 5 thousandths off. Perfect with the ET. Total package 32 thousandths of a second. If you put that together with his 027 light.
So does Joe have to come out and do this run?
Yes, to front to
where he is,
to the startup box, but I don't believe he has to even accept the green. So has to get in the car, fire it under its, because otherwise people will just come up and push the car with their blower off it and all the other stuff, right? So the car has to be in raceable condition. But I'm guessing that you take the chance to do the run. Or even just check the reaction time. 018 on the tree. Makes his way to the finish line, goes at 994 with a 4. So I'm guessing that will mean that Panetta will have lane choice, because he was closer to the 990.
Modified up next.
Yes. And we've got Dan Reintmister.
Sounds good to me. You can have the next one too.
Getting that right. Oh, that's easy. I know how to say that one. George Bukareshvili. I got taught how to say that one, and the way I got taught, it stuck. So it works. Dan in the altar dialed in with a 10.90. He will be chased by Bukareshvili, who's running for Race Max Direct, Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing, and Motorsport Connections. This little LS-powered front-engine dragster, I believe, super quick for the 365 cubes of engine sitting in front of George. Into the 780s. So near enough to 3 seconds head start going to the altered. George will chase him down, currently sitting in 4th in the championship. 20 points off the leader. 049 for the altered, 019 for the dragster. With that speed differentiation at the top end of the racetrack. 1073 with a 1. Ridemaster went way too fast. Got there by nearly 2 tenths. But broke out, handing the win back to Bukareshvili, who went 789 with a 6. On his 785, I think the dial-in was. Next pair out will be Craig Davies. In the front engine dragster, he's taking on Lou Caponado in the Bantam Altered. 824 the dial-in for the dragster. 686 the dial-in for the altered. Caponado will have to be patient on the start line. I did have a little bit of excitement at the top end of the racetrack on the last run. Parachute not opening correctly. Here's a little bit of a heart and mouth situation because the car nudging 200 miles an hour, 320 kilometres an hour. It's a lot of work for those rear brakes to pull the car up. .034 on the tree for Davies. He's going to take the win. Caponata with the red light. Goes a 194 red. And an 830 on an 824 for Davies to take the win. Caponata got there first. 694 with a 5. Got there by 2/10. But threw it away on the start line. Which I think just goes to show if he was 2/10 slower on the start, he would have been leading with a green light, but there would have been nothing in it at the finish line. Gregory Hannaford in the aerofoil lane in the Fiat. He's dialed in with a 1099. Taking on Ray Fairfall from Killingworth in the Alston. Ray's dialed in with an 855. Now I think for Hannaford, 1099 is the slowest he can dial in at. I don't believe he ran anywhere near that in qualifying.
Right.
Of course, a little 179 cubic inched Holden 6 on board in the Fiat. Away with an 034. An 011 on the tree for Fairfield. Fairfield with the shoot out early. Gets there by 4/10. 897 with a 5. 109 mile an hour. The altered of Fairfield will move into the next round. An 11.80. At 108 there for Hannaford. It looks he's still rolling under his own steam. We're just waiting for Fairfield to move around the bottom end of the turnaround area. Nearly got there. Hopefully we don't hold these two races up too long. The little quad with the roller on the front wheel will push him around the corner. Alison Stewart in the aerofoil lane, taking on Chelsea Smith in the rocket lane. Stewart dialed in with an 854. Chelsea Smith in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 773. So around 0.8 of a second. Allison a little bit over towards the wall. Another 000. This one belonging to Chelsea Smith. That's 4 for the day. 778 with a 5. 169 mile an hour for Smith to take the win. Got there by 0.03 of a second. Nothing wrong with Stewart's pass there either.
No.
Stewart. It's just, I think that reaction time, the car running a little bit closer to the dial-in as well, just created that margin across the finish line.
Is that your personal best of commentating for the day for 000?
I don't remember there being 4 once before, but in saying that, my disclaimer is I have sat here for many days watching lots of passes, and I don't always remember who wins, even in the big racing. I don't.
Likewise.
I've had a couple people say, "What, you don't remember who won?" I'm like, over the last 2 days, I've seen 1,200 passes.
No.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Kelsey Walford-Lay and Lee Harder-Law in this one.
They're up against each other in the final qualifying session too.
Okay, so they're well aware of each other's performance.
And I'm pretty sure Kelsey got the win, or the better time.
Oh, nearly another 004 green for Walford-Lay to a 008 for Harder-Law. Harder-Law takes it by 100th of a second across the finish line. 8.04 with a 5 on his 8.01.
He's the points leader too, don't forget, is Lee. Kelsey was sitting back there in 5th.
So I think Davies went through. So both 1 and 2 are through.
Alison Stewart go through?
No, she's out. Booker Eshliev went through. Yes, 4 out of our top 5 are still in. Gary Franks on the solo here for Kuiper Race Engines in the Ford Mustang Roadster. 002 red. Doesn't matter, he can make that big block sing across the finish line. 790 with a 6.
Something on the track in the Aeroflow lane.
There is something on the track. I'm not sure what that is, Stu. It's a... Didn't seem to affect the performance at all, so I'm wondering if it's just a rag or something like that.
Nothing hot anyway, certainly a rag.
It looked like it. It's not the first one to be picked up and left by a race car.
So, top sportsman.
Correct. Joe Sorbello in the Aeroflow lane. Nice burnout from the Datsun Skyline, running for slingshot converters. The LS2 powered Skyline dialed in with an 890. Kit Hunter in the VL Calais dialed in with a 775. Pretty sure this car would run a lot quicker than, I'm pretty sure I've seen it into the 6s. Turbocharged. 414Q power plant under the bonnet for Perfection Automotive and Hunter Engineering. .038 on the tree for Sorbello. 096 for Hunter. Hunter, look at that thing move. 164 miles an hour to half track. Goes 773 with a 5 on his 775. Gets there first, but too fast. Sorbello will take the win. 895 with a 4 on his 890.
It just took off like a rocket ship.
It did. There's 40 mile an hour difference between those two cars at half track. That's massive. That's 60 odd kilometres an hour.
Yeah, 70 Ks, roughly.
Lisa Sargent and Gregory Fowler now. Sargent in the Nova. 598Q big block on board for her. Dialed in with an 844 in the Aeroflow lane. Fowler in the Chevy Beretta. He's dialed in with a 761. Pretty sure Fowler is a former Australian champion in this car. I know his son Stevens won quite a few championships in Top Sportsman. both walked around at lunchtime. It was quite a pleasant day outside.
Yeah, a bit warmer than I thought it was, actually. I will admit that.
Fowler's car rolling away from the start line. So had some issues earlier today, so maybe a reoccurrence of those perhaps, not sure. But Sargent will move forward into round number 2 of Top Sportsman with an 8.54. She still cut it pretty fine at the top end considering Greg was nowhere to be seen. Only a 1/10 of a second. I don't know about you, but I reckon that'd be pretty difficult to pick Stu at near 160 mile an hour.
Correct. So if Lisa had have broken her dial in.
Yes, Gregory would have won.
Gregory would have won, even though he just coasted down there.
Because he staged to do the race. You know, he got a green light. Yep, he would have won. Mark Philp doing his best to smoke us out, Stu.
That he has.
I think that breeze has dropped. We were just talking about the smoke dissipating very, very slowly here over the start line. Dialed in with an 8.38 for the VP Commodore. 8.55 the dial in for Joe Gattalari in the rocket lane. One, 2, 2 on the tree for Phil. 0.19 for Gattalari. I think Phil is out of the throttle. And an 8.60 on an 8.55 for Gattalari to take the win. He'll move into round number 2. It looks like the Phil car is pulled up against the wall halfway up the hill there in the braking area. We'll have to get the quad down there to either tow him out or use the roller. On his way now, so we'll be down for a few short minutes. Hope everybody in the stands is enjoying the racing here this afternoon, and also those that are watching us via the YouTube, Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel and or Facebook. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Seen some very good racing so far this afternoon.
Yeah, that we have, Bushy. It's been very close. Qualifying is, and I say this respectfully, qualifying is qualifying. They're all out there trying to do their best, but when it comes to this afternoon, it's go hard or go home.
Pretty much, that's exactly one way to put it. And of course, there is points on the table for Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship, of which we have this round and the next. So if you're in the championship hunt and or potentially could come back from a little ways back, if the people above you have dropped out already, which we've seen a couple of upsets. There's a few of our well-placed races already out of competition. So it gives the opportunity for other races to capitalise, or not if they don't progress far enough either.
Correct.
At least the opportunity is there for those races to move forward. All right, so while we wait for the Philp car to be towed away from the braking area, we might just have a few very short words from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly here at Sydney Dragway.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
There's a universal sign for fire it up, the big twirl of the fingers. And this should be a cracker of a race. We've got Josh Boscovich in the nitrous-assisted XA Coupe for Bosco Racing and Bosco Mobile Mechanical. He's taking on Leo Georges in the Rocket Lane. One of my favourite cars. I'm not biased at all. I'm a fan of the Ford Escort. George has dialed in with an 887. We'll get around about one light on the Christmas trees head start. Not surprised you like that one, Panel Van Man. Be disappointed if you didn't comment. All right, Boscovich to do the chasing. The van away over towards the right-hand side. 046 on the tree. Boscovich, he moved to the right as well, to the centre of the racetrack. And that's pretty much where he stayed all the way down the racetrack. 893 with a 5, 152 for Georges. He's going to take the win. Got there by a 200th of a second, Stuart.
Yeah, it was a good race between those two for sure.
It was. Neither racer doing anything particularly wrong. It was just, I think, Georges a little bit closer to the dial-in. Now, this will be an interesting race. We've got two very different ways to go racing in Top Sportsman. Dave Whitmore in the Chevy Nova. Supercharged small block Chev. Dialed in with a 790. And then in the other hand, we've got a twin turbo Hemi of Greg Zacharides, dialed in with a 585. So this
Zacharides had to refire it. It stalled down there once he got through the wet box.
Oh,
still not run, it's shut down again. So we can just see the crew talking on the two-way communication.
Well, the thing is, I'd imagine that he would need a reasonably good sized burnout to get the traction.
So it's refired again.
So you've got the house brick in the rocket lane. I'm saying that with all due respect. Versus the very slippery Ford Mustang, and it looks like Sakaridis is aborting this one. Would have been interesting to see at the other end of the racetrack, Stu. $7.90 the dial in for the Nova. Let's just see, out of interest, what he would have run. He's run it out the back door, not shy. $7.98 with a 3, 174 through the finish line. A 1:22 reaction time.
So super sedan. Sorry, super.
Yes, you're right, super sedan. Are you correct?
Yes.
Nathan Watt in the VL.
So Watt in the VL in the Aeroflow lane, Jim Denaro in the Rocket lane in the Cortina. Denaro with a 9.39 dial in, Watt with a 9.23. Stage.
Gennaro 004 on the tree. I think that's 2 in a row. Watt not too far behind with an 018. And Watt takes the win.
Drove back around him.
Yeah, he did. 100th of a second across the finish line.
A 9.23 at 145 for Watt compared to Denaro with a 9.42 at 144.
Yep. Watt was 6 thousandths off the dial in. So his total package 24 thousandths of a second, if my maths is correct. Next up, Andrew Little in the Bushrat, dialing with a 9.59. He will be chasing down Joe Zammit in the VL, dialed in with a 10.06.
003 for Little.
Andrew is on fire today with the reaction times. 7 thousandths up his sleeve, not a big margin, but he's going to take it. Bit of an upset there for Andrew Little to take the win. 9.64 with a 3, 138 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.11 with a 4, Stu, 131 miles an hour for Zammit.
Yeah, Little got the job done. Sean Maher comes back out in the Tirana. Solo pass for him. His dial in is a 9.21.
It's unusual that Sean Maher's back in 10th in the championship.
Yeah, well, he didn't contest round 1 for starters. Round 3 must have got washed out, did it? Because everybody's
got the same. Yeah, I think so. 009 on the tree for Sean. And runs on through for a 9.23 with a 3 on his 9.21 at 145. So Sean would be pretty happy to see Jimmy Denara and Joe Zammit out of action. Watt still in. Andrew Little's still in. Gruber's out. Blackman's out. Webster's not here. And Mitchell's out. Cowie's out. So that's off the top of my head. I'm sorry if I got any of those wrong, but there's a good chance that 8 of those 10 people, or
in the top 10,
7 of the 9 people in front of Sean Maher are already out of action.
Might be a good points haul for him. Back to the Western Weekender Junior Dragster division.
That's exactly right, Stu. They're round number 2 of racing here this afternoon. Because the field already halved. We had, I think, 21 cars front for the first round. So now down to 11. So there should be a solo here as well. All right, our first pair in the fire-up box, and we've got Daniela Axiak in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 795. Harry Reiko in the rocket lane, he's dialed in with a 797. So only 0.02 of a second between these two. In the dial-ins,
So Daniela is our points leader going into this round. Harry Reiko sits back there in 7th.
Again, Reiko's car a little bit fumy on the test launch, and as he's sitting there waiting for the crew chief to make the carburetor adjustments there. Doesn't seem to be hurting his performance at this point though. Still 797 the dial in. Will run somewhere around 80 mile an hour. .006 on the tree. Axiak, a 213 light. 8003 for Reiko. Got there by 2.2 tenths of a second.
So your points leader.
Yep. Unfortunately, the reaction time, I think, telling the story there for Axiak. Next up, we'll have Taylor Smith in the airflow lane, running for Northwest Parts and Performance. Dialed in with an 816, taking on Piper Bennett. Piper dialed in with an 808. So virtually nothing in between these two races. In the dial-in stakes, that is. Qualified a little bit different. 13th for Smith. 8th qualifying spot for Bennett. 010 on the tree for Bennett. Smith, I think a 451's not going to help her cause. And an 811 with a 5 will take it for Bennett into the next round. Smith broke out with an 811 with a 7 on an 816.
Chloe Rako in the Aeroflow lane. It's got a dial-in of 799, whereas Alex Raffaello has a 7.98.
So only a thousandth in the, no, 100th in the dial-in. Rafalo with an 0.76. Rako with a 1.99. Rafalo will take the win. 8.05 with the 3 on his 7.98. Around about 700ths of a second across the finish line, the margin. Next up, Georgia Leifting in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.87. Taking on Archie Boscovich. Boscovich dialed in with an 8.65. So 2/10 head start going to Leifting. Half a light on the Christmas tree. .087 on the tree for Boscovich. 1.04 for Leifting. And Leifting drives around him, takes the win. 8.89 with a 5.72 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 8.74 with a 1.74 mile an hour for Boscovich. Next up, Jake McNamara and Tegan Smith. This should be a really good race, Stu. Both races very, very competitive. McNamara, our #1 qualifier. Running for his Nan and Pop. Arnex Enterprises and Fine Line Motorsports.
Must have a cool Nan and Pop.
Well, that's Alan White.
Lovely.
So Alan also helping out Ryan Pettiford in the wagon because that's Pop's car.
Roger.
All right. So nothing in this one, only 200ths head start going to McNamara. He's thrown it away on the start line, went 0.25 red. 0.08 green for Smith. And McNamara breaks out by 2 thousandths as well, just to rub salt into the wound. And maybe a bit of lemon juice, just to be sure.
In the eye.
Oh, come on, that's a bit harsh.
Well, that's where it hurts.
Well, it would in a cut too, I'd imagine.
Yeah, true.
Especially if you just rub salt into it. Savannah Condello on the solo pass here. Dialed in with an 8.05. .059 on the tree for Condello. Goes 8.08 with a 1 on an 8.05. Puts her in good stead for round number 3 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. They'll be back with us very, very shortly. And while we wait for the finish line crew to reposition the safety equipment down there, I'll throw to a couple of words from...
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
So we're underway for the Go Logistics Super Street. David McLean just got the win in that one. David Matisvik comes up against Martin Stevenson. 10.061 for Matisvik, up against Stevenson with a 10.57.
The smoke still wafting away from the panel van. I guess that's the problem with a big space like that. Once it's in there, it's just fills up. .027 on the tree for the Cortina. .076 for the panel van. Cortina out in front at the moment, and we'll stay there. 10.71 with a 1.22 through the finish line on a 10.61. Stevenson a 10.70 with a 2 on a 10.57. The Cortina got there by 0.08 of a second across the finish line.
Jim Raptis comes out in the Tirana up against Jeff Goodwin. Raptis with a 10.90 dial in compared to Goodwin with a 10.91 in the Monaro. 0.53 for Raptis and 0.62 for Goodwin. So Goodwin goes under his time, hands the win to Raptis with a 10.93 at 1.22.
Big burnouts from both races. Fialaris in the Falcon, dialed in with a 12.12. Stutchbury in the Commodore, dialed in with 11.10. So close enough to a second head start going to the patinaed Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, wheel spinner plenty on the start line for Violaris. Still out in front though. I don't think Stutchbury's... He's still got there. 12.23 with a 112 mile an hour through the finish line. Something must have gone awry with Stutchbury because VLRS, as I said, fair bit of wheel spin on the start line.
Our esteemed colleague Benji up here made the observation, and I do agree with him, that that pretty much has happened all day for that Ford, the wheel spin. Giddens in the Cortina in the Rocket lane with an 11.15 dial in against Roberts in the Aeroflow with a 10.50. Giddens gets the job done with an 11.285 at 120.
Potentially some boost issues there for the Falcon, but the speed at the other end, that car is doing 135 mile an hour across the finish line. Bruce Ritchie in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 1090. He's taking on Chris Zammit from Doonside in the Commodore, who's got the win because Ritchie's left the red light. And I think Ritchie's just going to cruise on down. And Zammit takes the win, 11.89 with a 3. So we're now moving into modified eliminator, Stu. Second round of racing. And we've got Craig Davies in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Ray Fairfull in the Rocket. Davies dialed in with an 8.29. Fairfull with an 8.55. So only 2.5 tenths of a second. Ray, pretty new to this car, so not sure how he will go. Davies, a very well seasoned racer in this car, taking home his fair share of trophies already this season. .054 on the tree for Davies, 0.85 for Fairfull. He's making a race of it. And Davies will take it 8.30 with a 9 on an 8.29 dial in at 153 miles an hour. Got there by 400ths. Fairfull just that little bit further away from the dial in. Meaning Davies takes home the W. Next up, we'll have George Bukareshvili in the front engine dragster. Dialed in with a 789. He's taking on Chelsea Smith in the rear engine dragster. Dialed in with a 773. Both racers have put together some pretty tough runs today.
They've been pretty consistent, haven't they?
Very close in ET as well. If those in the crowd that actually want to see a visual of how close we're talking about when we say 100th of a second or 200ths of a second, if you want the chance, looking down the top end of the racetrack, the end of the the grass mound down there. It does have a little bit of shade there because of those trees. If you feel like going for a little bit of a wander, that end of that mound is pretty close to in line with the finish line here at Sydney Dragway. You have a wander down there. You can physically see the gap between the cars as they run across the finish line. 005, the advantage for Chelsea Smith, and looks like Bukareshvili drove on around 800s across the finish line. 791 with the 3, 168 miles an hour on a 789. Smith went 784 with a 6 on a 773, so just that little bit further away from the dial-in, Stu.
That's all it takes.
The Bukareshvili was able to stay out in front.
So your high points man, Lee Hartle-Law, comes out against Gary Franks. It's only the second round that Franks has contested, whereas Hartle-Law has done all rounds, hence the consistency of being points leader.
Correct. He's a pretty good racer too, which certainly helps. Another one of the ex-junior dragster competitors. Used to race against him and his brother Dale. .043 for Hartle-Law. Franks with the red light. And Hartle-Law takes it 8.06 with a 164 miles an hour through the finish line. I wonder if Franks had to double take the start line pretty much there, because Hartle-Law didn't go straight in.
He pulled up those revs early and then had to shut it back.
Yep, I wonder if that was just enough to throw off his concentration. Yeah, I'm guessing this is a little bit of grudge racing here. We got Denny Stadelmeyer on the solo. We can probably tell that's Stu because there's no dial-in or anything like that. And I'm fairly certain that Denny got knocked out of racing a little bit earlier this afternoon. Running for Greyhound Rescue. 057 on the tree. Hear that manually shifted AU. And runs it on through for 13.77. 99 mile an hour through the finish line.
Kelsey Walford-Lay comes out in the T-bucket altered. Again, just a grudge, I would have thought, Bushy.
Yeah, exactly right. There's no dial-in or anything like that up on our timing screen here.
Because she was eliminated a little time ago.
That's correct. Just looking on the track's Facebook pages, we do this little bit of grudge racing. I've got the Ford versus Holden at the next Race for Real Wednesday night. It's the next theme night here, which of course is next week. So that should be good if you if you're racing either a Ford or a Holden, I'm assuming that that's enough to qualify for the discounted entry race fee. Hear those big slicks of Kelsey's grabbing for traction on the start line. 012 on the tree and runs on through for a 794 with a 7. 159 miles an hour. So that's our next theme night here at Sydney Dragway is the 18th of October, Ford versus Holden for the Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday night.
That's this Wednesday night coming.
Correct. Exactly right. Then, of course, on Thursday night, the following night, is the second of our roll drags. And it looks like we're getting a little bit of traction with some pretty good cars being entered already. We've got a very, very tough Audi has already entered from Precision Performance. And I see there's already got a post of another Precision racing car, the white Hurricane TT Lambo has also entered. So I dare say, Stu, we're going to see that top speed barrier of 228 k's an hour, I think it was, set last meeting. Probably that's going to move up a little bit, I think. I have a strange suspicion.
Yeah.
As Dennis Matzik goes through on a bit of a test run, 10.74 with a 6 at 123. Had a few issues earlier on in the day with the car backfiring a little bit in the water. Of course, the big news that got posted around about a week ago, Stu. Of course, the next round of the NDRC will be held here at Sydney Dragway, round number 2.
Yeah, round 2. Round 1's next weekend.
That's correct, at the Bend.
At the Bend, grand opening of the Bend.
Which will be an absolutely fantastic event for anybody involved. That opening of that facility.
You are not going to be able to move in that joint next weekend.
Exactly. There's been a lot of talk about that venue. It feels like it's been coming for a long time, but I know it's been built reasonably quickly. The actual circuit itself has been operational for a little while, but and they have obviously had some test days and bits and pieces at the Bend. I think the drag week competitors were at the Bend earlier this week. I saw some posts on Facebook, and a friend of mine's down there with his father-in-law and wife running 2 cars. So it looks to be an absolutely fantastic facility, and can't wait for the championship to kick off down there next weekend. But of course, here at Sydney Dragway, we'll have the Nitro Funny Cars, and one of the races that's been announced is the veteran US funny car racer, Tommy Johnson Jr. So
yeah, which would be very cool.
Would be very cool. He has raced in Australia a few years ago, but fantastic to have Tommy Johnson announce that he's going to run again here with Graham Cowan, and is looking to hold his own, I guess, as a visitor. And of course, any racer wants to win, but I'm sure that there's always that little bit of extra pressure when you're international.
Yeah, correct. Did I read correctly that Morris McMillan is debuting a new car too? I'm pretty sure.
I did hear that there was a new Mustang-bodied car that was being debuted. What's that, Ben? What did you just say about a Mustang?
It's a fuel flopper.
Yes, it's yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I just didn't think I'd ever hear you make a positive comment about a Ford in inverted commas.
It's a Ford by stickers only.
Yes, that's true. But still, I'm going to take it.
Hey, I used to have a ZH Fairlane. I love that thing. I used to have an XR6 Turbo. I love that thing.
All right, looks like our next category of competitors will be rolling through the tunnel very, very shortly. And we are back into top sportsman. Already we've got Joe Sorbello in the aeroflow lane, taking on Leo Georges. Well, Joe Sorbello has already completed his burnout procedure and waiting patiently at the start line. George is not happy with the first attempt at the burnout. Dialed in with an 889, so there's only a hundredth of a second between the two in the dial-in. George is rolling up to the start line now. Sorbello doing the right thing, waiting outside the stage beams for him. Into pre-stage now. Just a little bit of a hint that he's going to want to get this a run and done. Both cars into full stage now. 0.42 to an 0.42. That's twice today we've seen identical reaction times in racing.
It is too.
And Georges takes it by nearly 600ths of a second across the finish line. 9.01 with a 0 on an 8.89. Sorbello's car running a little bit slower than he would have liked. Goes a 9.07 with a 9 on an 8.90. That's not true, panel van man. I am a Ford man. I don't know whether Benji is as much of a Ford man as me. I'm a little bit biased. I appreciate all cars. Like I really like the Chevy Nova that's in front of me right now. I happily give it garage space. I think most people would, regardless of their preference of car type. .855 the dial in for Joe Gattalari in the aeroflow lane. He's in the VL Commodore. Dave Whitmore in the blown Nova, 798. So he'll have to wait 0.6 of a second. Gattalari's not going to be able to hear his car, I don't think, at the finish line. 0.30 to an 0.39. Only 9,000ths of a second.
It's going to be close.
Gets there, 7.99 with a 4. You picked that like a broken nose. I'm going to steal what you said before. 15 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. Good job, Stu McCarthy.
Not my first rodeo.
$7.99 with a 4 and a $7.98 for Whitmore to take the win. I don't think if we were down at the bottom end, we wouldn't have picked 10,000s across the finish line. I'd be lucky to pick a 10th, just quietly. Lisa Sargent going on the solo here. Just accepting the tree. I think that's the quarterfinals, isn't it, Stu? I think. Because we had Sorbello and Georges.
No, still was
Whitmore and
Top Sportsman. Still got the semis to come.
Yeah, so this was the
quarter.
quarters.
Yep,
this was the
quarter,
quarters.
yep.
So the semi-final
Yes.
will be Sargent, Georges, and Whitmore. So there'll be a solo there into the final
So that's
for
Top
one of those
Sportsman.
competitors.
Back to junior. Dragsters again. So the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters come out again. Piper Bennett comes out in the Aeroflow lane with a dial-in of 8.10 against Alex Rafalo in the Rocket lane with an 8.01. Rafalo was 6th in qualifying. Bennett was 8th in qualifying. Both in. Tree lights up, red light for Rafalo at 001. absolutely gutted for Alex, but joy for Piper. An 8.126 at 80. Up next, Harry Rako in the Aeroflow lane up against Savannah Condello in the Rocket lane. Harry was 20th in qualifying, whereas Savannah was 2nd. So big difference in the qualifying side of things.
I thought Harry went a lot quicker than that in qualifying. Only 10.54 is what he's scheduled here.
And then his dial-in now is 7.98.
My only other thought is maybe the other 2 runs that he did were too fast and got...
Roger.
That's all I'm saying. I think...
Makes sense. You're a lot smarter man than me, Stephen.
I don't know about that, but anyway, we'll see what happens.
We're about to find out.
Yep. Either way, there's only a 1/10 of a second between the two. Rako to do the chasing. Condello went 0.25.
Red light for Condello with an 0.13.
Rako will move into what I believe will be
the semi.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep, will be. So Georgia lefting in the Aeroflow lane. Dial in 8.87 up against Tegan Smith with an 8.10.
.073 on the tree for Smith. Georgia with a little bit of work to do at the finish line. She'll take it. Double breakout. Both cars went under. Smith by 100th of a second. Lifting by... Yeah, about that.
About
Sorry, my math's not good enough.
About the same. Wasn't far off.
About this. There mustn't have been much in it because they both went under, and Lifting took the win.
Jake McNamara in the Aeroflow lane up against Zane Condello in the Rocket lane.
So this is just a grudge, Stu. There's no dial-ins, so just the two are running for the sake of getting some data.
So Bushy, someone's just posted, what size engines do these juniors use?
Well, they do vary a little bit. Originally, back in the day, like back in ye old times when I used to race, there was a limit of 210 cc's, and they had to be a Briggs & Stratton or a Robin or a Honda, I think, were the three brands that we were allowed to use. A Tecumseh, I think, as well, so 4. But nowadays, the capacity we see north of 500 in some cases. For example, McNamara's engine is a 450 according to his entry form. I don't know what Condello has because it's a 3.5, and I think the 3.5 could be potentially the bore size. So I don't know what CCs that would end up as because I don't know the stroke. So that's what I'm going to say, but I do know a couple of the McGee power plants are 500 plus or thereabouts. Of course, they run methanol. They're a single cylinder side valve 4-stroke. They're based on a Briggs & Stratton engine, but a lot of the quick ones, I will say, they are based on it. There's nothing in them that is actually Briggs & Stratton. Full billet blocks, billet cylinder heads, aftermarket side plates, aftermarket manifolds. Most of them now running I think a Mikuni style carburetor. I thought there was talk that they were able to run EFI at one point. They were discussing that option. Don't know if that actually happened or not, but I think the majority of them running a McCuney-style carburetor. Run a centrifugal clutch, so basically a stall converter on the front, and the belt drives via a sheave on the crankshaft and one on the clutch. As the belt goes through its motions, changes the ratio of the drive, and therefore gives us a lot of fun. So I hope that answers the question. It was posted via the live stream. So if anybody has any other questions, feel free to ask away. Try my best. Doesn't have to be with juniors. It can be anything, pretty much. Hey? No, they have to be a 4-stroke. The bikes, however, is a different kettle of fish. But I will disclaimer, know nothing about bikes. I'm pretty sure the junior bikes have a couple of different, because there's quite a different number of makes. There's a 150 and I want to say a 400 or 450 or something like that. And I think one's a 4-stroke and the other's a 2. 300 is it, Ben? Yeah, okay. So like I said, I know nothing about bikes. I appreciate bikes for what they are, but I don't know anything about them. In the US, they actually have I'll say an intermediate category for juniors. They have a category where you can run a motorcycle engine in the car, which would be great. So there's a bit of a step up between the engines in the car that we just see through to a stepping stone into most races would go into a sedan or obviously a dragster style operation.
You're just talking about that size motorbike engine, and I know I'm stepping away from drag racing, but then you think about the solo bikes that race on dirt, the speedway bikes.
Those crazy people that race.
They're 500cc with no brakes.
Yes, crazy people.
Mad.
Yep.
They got brakes. So we're into the old Street Fighter.
Yep, looks like we're doing some garage runs. Denny Stadelmeyer out for another test pass in the Greyhound Rescue AU Falcon. Taking on someone Regent, I think his name was. If my memory serves me correct
with that.
Hello, Todd. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. Stadelmeyer through with a 13.72, 100 mile an hour. Todd, what's the biggest field of juniors you've raced in? Just curious what the entry numbers are overseas. I'm assuming he's from overseas.
Yeah, whereabouts you from, Todd?
Whereabouts are you from? Of course, the recent junior nationals was held down at Mildura only a few weeks ago. I think they had 60-odd competitors there, from what I read online. But of course they weren't running in one category that spread over a whole weekend. All sorts of different race configurations, which you can do those things when you hire the venue.
That you can.
So it looks like we're getting a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, Stu, just to cool things down. 48 in a field. Wow. That's some pretty serious that's some pretty serious racing.
That is for juniors. Wow.
So 48 would be round 1, 24 round 2, 12, 6, semis, and 5. That's 6 rounds. All right, I think that is Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. It's all right, panel van man. Ben just needs to switch the camera so you can. Oh. I guess it doesn't take much to hide it, does it?
So, yeah, Todd has said that it was 48 juniors at the Junior Nationals. Where are you from, though, Todd?
And 915 with a 7, 148 for Nathan Cowie in the Mighty Boy. 60 foot's pretty well, 130 to the 60. It didn't want to try and turn itself around there. That's all right, panel van man. You just drive with your fingertips. And or just close your eyes. Use the force, as they say. Anthony Panetta, sorry. On a test pass in the Calibra. Goes 999 with a 2. 149 mile an hour through the finish line. All right, we're moving into some racing now. We've got Sean Dartnell, 17 flat, the dial in, taking on Ryan Pettiford in Pop's SSV wagon. Pettiford dialed in with a 1465. We'll have to be patient. Dartnell will be well out in front. 104 on the tree, and Pettiford's thrown it away with an 090 light on the red side. And a 17.04 with a 4 for Dartnell. Nice and consistent for him. Takes the win, moves into the next round. Pettiford broke out just because he could.
So Jack Matasevic comes back out in the Ford Falcon with a 14.25 up against David Muscat in the Mini Cooper with a 15.9. Big Ford's going to have to run down the little Mini Cooper.
He's got a little bit up his sleeve on the reaction time, though. There you go. So Muscat got there first by over 1/10 of a second, but went under the dial-in. Matasevic took the win. He'll be back for the next round. Next up, Wayne Smith in the Aeroflow lane. In the Club Sport, dialed in with a 13.40. Taking on Charlie Boscovich in the Hamster. Boscovich dialed in with a 15.30. So 1.9 seconds head start going to the Hamster. 115 on the tree. He's taken the win because Wayne Smith has left a 032 red light. Moskovich tests the dialing, goes 15.08. That would have been a big breakout there. Got there by 1/10 of a second.
Don Zammit comes out in the VT wagon. 13.04. Shuts it off nice and early.
Yeah, stayed in only till about half track there.
David McGlynn comes out in the HQ Monaro with a dial-in of 10.91 up against Peter Giddens in the Cortina with 11.28. Dial-in.
The Cordy to leave first. It's already pre-talked up on that left front.
Red light for McGlynn, an 0.36.
Giddens will move into the next round. Test the dial in, 11.64 with a 1 on 11.28. I dare say he got out of that. Only 100 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, David Matasevic and Chris Zammit to do battle. Matasevic in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 10.65. So, Todd, are you in Sydney? Or Australia, at least? 0.51 on the tree for Matasevic in the Cortina. Has a small advantage over Chris Zammit. 0.94 on the tree for the Commodore. Anybody's race at the finish line. The Cortina takes it. 10.66 with a 2. 1.26 across the finish line. Got there by 0.03 of a second. Next up, Jim Raptis in the yellow Tirana, taking on Peter Villaris in the Go Logistics Ford Falcon. Villaris dialed in with a 12.12. Again with the wheel slip for the Falcon. The Tirana just hiking that left front. Nothing in the reaction times between these two competitors, but I think the Tirana is out in front and should take the win. 11.12 with a 7, 1.19 to a 12.75 with a 5 at 1.09. So the wheel spin hurting Villaris there. Back into some grudge racing.
Yeah, Reagan back out there again. I think he's the one that's, because the wife lets me.
Yes, that's right. He's been given the freedom for the day. Why not?
Yeah, especially when he's doing this extra stuff. Wonder if the wife knows about that.
Well, she might be at home watching on the live stream. All right, Sean Marr in the aeroflow lane taking on Nathan Watt. This is actual racing. We've got dial-ins on the boards. 9.22 for Sean Marr in the Tirana. 9.23 for Nathan Watt in the VL. So good luck picking this one on the start line. I've seen some very good reaction times for both races. Marr just ever so shallow into a full stage. 013 on the tree for the Tirana, 006 for the VL. The car's locked together at 1,000. Marr breaks out, just trying to get in 5/10 thousandths of a second across the finish line. So pretty much what the margin was at the start line. Those cars were together by 2,000ths the variance. I think the difference was 7 thousandths on the start line.
I can't believe how close racing has actually been today. It's been a credit to everybody.
It's certainly something I think that has stood out for me, how close some of these races have been across the finish line. And looks like Andrew Little, lucky enough to get the solo, I'm guessing into the finals, Stu, is that correct? We up to the semis?
For Super Sedan?
Yes.
Yes, this is the semi now.
Okay, so it'll be Andrew Little in this car taking on Nathan Watt in the VL. Just saw the other half of the final. The other half of the semi, sorry, to get into the final. And Little goes 9.63. He was on a solo, went 005 red. Sure is panel van man. 67 Camaro.
So up next is the Super Gas final. Should be, by the run sheet, Super Gas final.
I think that's the tow car. I can see in the staging lane cam, which is on the blue tow car there, I think is the tow car for the Tirana. We're starting to get to the business end of the race meeting here, Stu.
That we are. Stephen.
Our final for Supergas. Rolling up to the water now. Vince Panetta in the straight line paint and panel. Holden Tirana. Taking on Joe Catanzariti in the black Pontiac Firebird. These two races raced each other plenty of times here at Sydney Dragway. Both been in Supergas for as long as I can remember. Panetta into full stage. Catanzariti also in. 0-2-3 on the tree for Panetta. The Tirana with the better lead of the two cars. Catanzariti will have to chase him down at the top end. I don't know if he's going to get there. No, it does not. Panetta takes the win, goes 9.90 with a 4 at 1:48 to take the win. Panetta led that one from start to finish.
Takes down the #1 qualifier.
That he does, Stu.
And the points leader.
Moving into a modified eliminator now, we have Craig Davies and Lee Hartle-Law. So Hartle-Law #1 in points. Tied with him in #1 is Craig Davies. Surprise, surprise. So this is for a shot of the final. So whoever wins this is going to walk away from the race meeting with, I think, the race lead in the points. Booker Eshliev's 20 points behind. So Booker Eshliev at best is going to pick up 10 points if he wins. It's going to make it interesting coming into the last round of the championship. 0.35 on the tree for Davies, 0.18 for Hartle-Law. It will be Hartle-Law moving into the final, 8.04 with a 5 on an 8.02. Got there by 100th of a second across the finish line. Davies goes 8.29 with a 0 on his 8.27. Going through his burnout procedure now, George Bukareshvili in the front engine dragster for Race Max Direct. Dialed in with a 789. LS powered front engine dragster doing everything it should. Into full stage now. Tree counts down, leaves the start line with an 021 red light. Out the back door, 789 with a 5 on a 789.
Be happy with that.
Would be pretty happy with that. It's going to make picking the dial in easy into the final, I dare say.
Track conditions might start to change a little bit too, Bushy. Obviously the temperature outside here, just looking and bring that up for people. Saying it's 27 outside, but the cloud cover, it's starting to come over now. That's going to change track conditions slightly.
Well, it's going to make it a little bit more humid, I guess, a little bit more muggy, and potentially the track will cool down, which not necessarily a bad thing. I doubt it would make a huge difference very quickly because the track has been in full sun all day and would have a fair amount of stored energy in the racing surface. Right, so a pair of Novas about to do battle. Lisa Sargent in the airflow lane. In the black car, dialed in with an 849, taking on Dave Whitmore in the orange Nova. 797, his dial in. So near enough to half a second head start going to the black machine. .020 on the tree to an 014. Whitmore with a small advantage. And doesn't make it count. Sargent goes 850 with a 6 on an 849. Whitmore slowed just ever so slightly. 034 on an 803 with a 4 on a 797.
And going into this weekend, they were tied on points, on 360 points in 4th and 5th position. So Sargent is going to move forward.
Okay, he might well do as well, Stu, because Sorbello's out. Gadalari's also out, and so is Boscovich. Boscovich went out 2 rounds ago. So there might be a bit of a shake-up coming into the last round of the championship for the racers at the top. Looks like Leo Georges has got the solo, just accepted the tree, and he's going to save the car because I dare say the turnaround time will not be
huge.
Will not be huge. That's exactly right. So take the opportunity to basically not have to do anything between rounds.
Junior Dragsters up next for their semis.
Western Weekend Junior Dragster time. Their semi-final.
Yes, it is.
And we have Harry Rako in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 797 once again. Taking on Georgia Leifting in the rocket lane. She's dialed in with an 886. So 9/10 of a second for Rako. He's going to have to be a little bit patient here. Piper Bennett already started the car. We can hear that in the track mics. Ah, Rako's thrown it away. 006 red. Leifting with a 150 on the tree. Gets there first. No, doesn't get there first. Sorry, but both cars breaking out. But the foul on the start line handed the race instantly to Leifting. So it will be Georgia Leifting taking on Piper Bennett. Stratusform car in, gets the solo into the final. She's dialed in with an 810 here. Nothing wrong with that, Stewie.
Nothing wrong with it, but breaks out at the same stage.
2000's too quick. Doesn't matter. She's going to take on Leifting in the final. Do a little bit of grudge racing now. These races eliminated from competition a little bit earlier on in the day. And Daniela Axiak and Brianna Boscovich. Axiak in the aeroflow lane, Boscovich in the rocket lane. Just waiting on Axiak to move into pre-stage there now. 128 on the tree for Boscovich to a 114. Axiak, one of those cars seem to have a very, very slight flutter on the throttle on the hit. 796 with a 1 for Axiak. 82 mile an hour to an 803 for Boscovich in the rocket lane. And I think that concludes the Junior Dragsters. The next time we see them out will be their final.
Final, yep.
I don't think I've...
Street Fighter up next. So Street Fighter semi.
Yep, we've got Dave Matasevic in the Ford Cortina dialed in with a 10.65.
Up against Jim Raptus with a 10.90.
We could potentially see an all-Cortina final here, Stu. Just looking at, there's a gold one in the, there's going to be at least one Cortina. There's going to be two. Only possible thing that could make that any better, Ben, if they were both Mark ones. Damn it. 0.34 on the tree for Matasevic. It's going to take the win. 10.62 with a 1.128. Got there. Didn't get there first, broke out, but still takes the win because Raptors, unfortunately, has left the red light on the start line. One of our hard-working officials, Peter Giddens, is going to take the solo into the final. Leaves with a 1.38 light. A 3.47 Windsor-powered Cortina. Doing its thing, looking for an 11.28. Goes 11.35. Moving into Street Fighter now, we've got Jack Matasevic. 14.30 the dial in for the Falcon. 15.0 the dial in for Charlie Boscovich. In the hamster away with a 1.36. Jack with a 100 reaction time. Slight advantage up his sleeve. I think he's just rolled the throttle at the finish line. Matasevic will move into the final. 14.33 with a 4. At 92. Boscovich, 15.08. Next up we have Sean Dartnell, 17 flat, the dial in for the I-30. Taking on Don Zammit in the rocket lane with a 13.04 dial in. Dartnell to leave first. 0.91. To a 1.29 reaction time. I think we might see Dartnell take this one. Well out in front of the Commodore at this point. And takes it. 17.13 with a 9.
So is that two track officials we've got
yes.
in two different
yes,
in the final?
In two different finals. Back into a little bit of grudge racing. That's Josh Boscovich. In the XA Coupe, a nitrous-assisted Fontana-powered Falcon. Was the championship leader in Top Sportsman coming into the event. Unfortunately was eliminated a little bit earlier in racing than I'm sure he would have liked.
Thought there might be a bit of smoke or something coming out of the cabin there, just the way the...
Well, there was a little bit of urgency.
Yeah. Had to pedal that.
Looked like he was plucking second in with the front wheels in the air there to me, but 8.42 with a 4, 158.
So where are we up to, Bushy? We've had Street Fighter semi, so that means we're up to Super Street, are we?
No, it looks like Juniors is coming
So
out.
we must be done with all the semis. We're straight into finals.
I could go ask the question in race control just to be
If
sure.
the juniors are coming up, that means we're straight into the final.
Well, unless the turnaround hasn't happened for the others, but I'm pretty sure you are correct in saying that.
So here's the final for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters for round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Track Championship here at Sydney Dragway. So Georgia Lefting up against Piper Bennett. Lefting in the Aeroflow, Bennett in the Rocket. Lefting with a dial-in of 8.83, Bennett with a dial-in of 8.08. Interesting, Lefting was 14th in qualifying, Bennett was 8th, so...
Yeah, neither car the quickest, but obviously you need to be consistent in this game. Doesn't matter what category you race in.
So are they nervous, strapped into their cars, into their dragsters? Stephen?
Well, you always get a little bit nervous coming into a final. I think that's what makes it exciting, isn't it?
My oath.
107 for Lifting to a 192 for Bennett. Lifting with the advantage, running towards the finish line. And she converts, goes an 8.89 with a 7, 72 mile an hour to take the win. Got there by 0.05 of a second across the finish line. Bennett will have to settle for runner-up with an 8.11.
Well done to all the kids in the Western Weekend Junior Dragster. Racing all weekend, or all day.
And put on a good show, as always. We are all finals from here on in, Stu, so all the following racing is for the trophy. And of course, while I have a few quiet moments, we will be hosting the trophy presentation at the pergola at the front of the speed, at the Pit Stop Cafe down in the pits. Usually try and get that underway 10 to 15 minutes after the last car runs down the racetrack. And take the opportunity to come along, thank your sponsors, thank your supporters, thank your crew, etc., etc. Because we all know that we need those people involved to do racing. And always a good opportunity. Even if you're not the greatest at public speaking, it doesn't matter. Just come along, say thank you, do what you can, and then show your appreciation.
Very true, Stephen. Very, very true.
Of course, keep your eyes on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au, for all the latest announcements from the racetrack. Of course, leading into next week, we have the Aeroflow race for real Wednesday night, which is a Ford versus Holden theme night. Then we have the second edition of the Sydney Dragway Roll Jags on Thursday night. And of course, moving towards the end of the month, we have the second round of the NDRC, of course, the Nitro Funny Cars here at Sydney Dragway. Should be an absolute cracker of an event. Follow us on Facebook if you don't already. All right, looks like it's final for Street Fighter time. And we have Jack Matasevic in the Ford Falcon. He's dialed in with a 14.30. Taking on Sean Dartnell. The first of our hardworking officials we gave the day off to. He's converting it.
Well, it's been worthwhile giving him the day off. He's
sure
in the
has.
final.
He sure has. He better share the prize money with all the other officials. His choice or not.
Sausage Sanger.
And the I-30 will lead first. Dialed in with a 17 flat. Been consistent around that ET all day long. 6,000ths of a second in the start line between the two. I thought Dartnell might have been a little bit slow on the reaction time, but Matasevic slightly better with a 1.40.
Oh, it's going to be very close.
Matasevic will take it.
Well, it was a second. Wow.
14.36 on a 14.30. A 10th of a second across the finish line there, Stu. All right, Jack Matasevic has just taken the win. Will David Matasevic. Not sure if this is uncle or father. Not 100% sure. Dave Matasevic in the black Cortina, dialed in with a 10.62. He's taking on Peter Giddens, the second of our hardworking officials. He's in the gold Cortina for Street Neat Paint and Panel, dialed in with an 11.31.
We've got to get one of the officials up, don't we?
Yes. Okay, so Giddens away with a 2.13. Matasevic with a 1.05. And
he broke out.
Matasevic will take it. Giddens broke out, but Matasevic still got there first. So that lane, the aeroflow lane, has been very, very popular for the Matasevic family here this afternoon. Next up, we'll move into Super Sedan, and we've got Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore, dialed in with a 9.23. Both were 3.47 Windsors, Penalvan Man. So 9.23 the dial in for the Commodore, 9.62 the dial in for the Camaro of Andrew Little. So not too much in this one. One light advantage, or one light head start going towards the rocket lane in the Camaro. .029 to an 8.55. I'm not sure what's happened to Little. He has been on fire with the reaction times today. And the run that he really needed it, unfortunately, didn't bring it. And he went a 9.62 with a 3 on a 9.62. He will be not very happy inside that helmet, I don't think. But congratulations to Nathan Watt. You have taken the win here. Round number 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series.
Did very well.
9.43 with a 7 on a 9.23. I dare say taking the chance to roll out of the throttle. Top sportsman now. So Leo Georges in the van. He's dialed in with an 8.87. Lisa Sargent in the Black Nova dialed in with an 8.46. In the rocket lane. The van away with an 0.54. 0.27 for Sargent. 27 thousandths in the start line. Advantage to the Nova. And she will take it. 8.50 with a 5 on an 8.46 at 1.58 to take the win. Got there by 0.05 of a second. Congratulations to the Sargent team. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our last race of the day will be Modified Eliminator. That will be contested between Lee Hartle-Law in the yellow Roadster. Dialed in with an 8:02. He's taking on George Bukareshvili. In the Rocket Lane, he's in the front engine dragster, dialed in with a 7:88. So the Roadster will leave first and will be chased down by the dragster. Just waiting on Hartle-Law to move into full stage. In there now. 019 on the tree for the Roadster. 004 for the Dragster. The Dragster with a small advantage towards the finish line. They were very close at the 1,000. And Bukareshvili takes the win. 7:92 with a 4 and a 7:88 to take the win. 163 miles an hour. Hartle-Law went 8:07 with a 2 at 164 for the runner-up spot.
Good racing, Bushy, all day.
Yeah.
Been absolutely superb.
Has been very, very well contested across all the categories here today, Stu. It's been fantastic up here calling it with you. It's been great to have the interaction with the crowd and our viewers online via the live stream. So fantastic to have you all here at Sydney Dragway. On behalf of Sydney Dragway, thank you one and all.
Travel home safely. Have a lovely Saturday night.
Yep.
Sunday tomorrow and back to work Monday, unfortunately.
That's exactly right, but we will hopefully see some of you here next week at the Aeroflow Race for Real.
On Wednesday night.
Wednesday night, and of course...
2 weeks' time, round number 2.
And of course the Roll Drags on the
Thursday
on the Thursday of next week. Then in 2 weeks' time, the Nitro Funny Cars here at round number 2 of the NDRC Championship here at Sydney Dragway. On behalf of the track, we will see you all again here